The American Newspaper. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Newspaper by Charles Dudley Warner. Our theme for the hour is the American newspaper. It is a subject in which everybody is interested, and about which it is not polite to say that anybody is not well informed. For, although there are scattered through the land many persons, I am sorry to say, unable to pay for a newspaper, I have never yet heard of anybody unable to edit one. The topic has many points of view, and invites various study and comment. In our limited time we must select one only. We have heard a great deal about the power, the opportunity, the duty, the mission of the press. The time has come for a more philosophical treatment of it, for an inquiry into its relations to our complex civilization, for some ethical account of it as one of the developments of our day, and for some discussion of the effect it is producing, and likely to produce, on the education of the people. Has the time come, or is it near at hand, when we can point to a person who is alert, superficial, ready and shallow, self-confident and half-informed, and say, there is a product of the American newspaper? The newspaper is not a willful creation, nor an isolated phenomenon, but the legitimate outcome of our age, as much as our system of popular education. And I trust that some competent observer will make, perhaps for this association, a philosophical study of it. My task here is a much humbler one. I have thought that it may not be unprofitable to treat the newspaper from a practical and even somewhat mechanical point of view. The newspaper is a private enterprise. Its object is to make money for its owner. Whatever motive may be given out for starting a newspaper, expectation of profit by it is the real one, whether the newspaper is religious, political, scientific, or literary. The exceptional cases of newspapers devoted to ideas or causes, without regard to profit, are so few as not to affect the rule. Commonly the cause, the sect, the party, the trade, the delusion, the idea, gets its newspaper, its organ, its advocate, only when some individual thinks he can see a pecuniary return in establishing it. This motive is not lower than that which leads people into any other occupation or profession. To make a living and to have a career is the original incentive in all cases. Even in purely philanthropical enterprises, the driving wheel that keeps them in motion for any length of time is the salary paid the working members. So powerful is this incentive that sometimes the wheel will continue to turn round when there is no grist to grind. It sometimes happens that the friction of the philanthropic machinery is so great that but very little power is transmitted to the object for which the machinery was made. I knew a devoted agent of the American Colonization Society, who for several years collected in Connecticut just enough for the cause to buy his clothes and pay his board at a good hotel. It is scarcely necessary to say, except to prevent a possible misapprehension, that the editor who has no high ideals, no intention of benefiting his fellow men by his newspaper, and uses it unscrupulously as a means of money-making only, sinks to the level of the physician and the lawyer, who have no higher conception of their callings than that they offer opportunities for getting money by appeals to credulity and by assisting in evasions of the law. If the excellence of a newspaper is not always measured by its profitableness, it is generally true that, if it does not pay its owner, it is valueless to the public. Not all newspapers which make money are good, for some succeed by catering to the lowest tastes of respectable people, and to the prejudice, ignorance, and passion of the lowest class. But as a rule, the successful journal pecuniarily is the best journal. The reasons for this are on the surface. The impecunious newspaper cannot give its readers promptly the news, nor able discussion of the news, and still worse, it cannot be independent. The political journal that relies for support upon drippings of party favor or patronage, the general newspaper that finds it necessary to existence to manipulate stock reports, the religious weekly that draws precarious support from puffing doubtful enterprises, the literary paper that depends upon the approval of publishers, are poor affairs, and in the long run or short run come to grief. Some newspapers do succeed by sensationalism, as some preachers do, by a kind of quackery as some doctors do, by trimming and shifting to any momentary popular prejudice as some politicians do, by becoming the paid advocate of a personal ambition or a corporate enterprise as some lawyers do. But the newspaper only becomes a real power when it is able, on the basis of pecuniary independence, to free itself from all such entanglements. An editor who stands with hat in hand has the respect accorded to any other beggar. The recognition of the fact that the newspaper is a private and purely business enterprise will help to define the mutual relations of the editor and the public. His claim upon the public is exactly that of any manufacturer or dealer. It is that of the man who makes cloth, or the grocer who opens a shop. Neither has a right to complain if the public does not buy of him. If the buyer does not like a cloth half shoddy, or coffee half chicory, he will go elsewhere. If the subscriber does not like one newspaper, he takes another, or none. The appeal for newspaper support on the ground that such a journal ought to be sustained by an enlightened community, or on any other ground than that it is a good article that people want, or would want if they knew its value, is purely childish in this age of the world. If any person wants to start a periodical devoted to decorated teapots, with a noble view of inducing the people to live up to his idea of a teapot, very good, but he has no right to complain if he fails. On the other hand, the public has no rights in the newspaper except what it pays for. Even the old subscriber has none, except to drop the paper if it ceases to please him. The notion that the subscriber has a right to interfere in the conduct of the paper, or the reader to direct its opinions, is based on a misconception of what the newspaper is. The claim of the public to have its communications printed in the paper is equally baseless. Whether they shall be printed or not rests in the discretion of the editor, having reference to his own private interest and to his apprehension of the public good. Nor is he bound to give any reason for his refusal. It is purely in his discretion whether he will admit a reply to anything that has appeared in his columns. No one has a right to demand it. Courtesy and policy may grant it, but the right to it does not exist. If any one is injured, he may seek his remedy at law, and I should like to see the law of libel such, and so administered, that any person injured by a libel in the newspaper, as well as by slander out of it, could be sure of prompt redress. While the subscriber acquires no right to dictate to the newspaper, we can imagine an extreme case when he should have his money back which had been paid in advance, if the newspaper totally changed its character. If he had contracted with a dealer to supply him with hard coal during the winter, he might have a remedy if the dealer delivered only charcoal in the coldest weather, and so if he paid for a Roman Catholic journal which suddenly became an organ of the Spiritists. The advertiser acquires no more rights in the newspaper than the subscriber. He is entitled to use the space for which he pays by the insertion of such material as is approved by the editor. He gains no interest in any other part of the paper, and has no more claim to any space in the editorial columns than any other one of the public. To give him such space would be unbusinesslike, and the extension of a preference which would be unjust to the rest of the public. Nothing more quickly destroys the character of a journal, begets distrust of it, and so reduces its value, than the well-founded suspicion that its editorial columns are the property of advertisers. Even a religious journal will, after a while, be injured by this. Yet it must be confessed that here is one of the greatest difficulties of modern journalism. The newspaper must be cheap. It is, considering the immense cost to produce it, the cheapest product ever offered to man. Most newspapers cost more than they sell for. They could not live by subscriptions. For any profits they certainly depend upon advertisements. The advertisements depend upon the circulation. The circulation is likely to dwindle if too much space is occupied by advertisements, or if it is evident that the paper belongs to its favored advertisers. The counting room desires to conciliate the advertisers. The editor looks to making a paper satisfactory to his readers. Between this seesaw of the necessary subscriber and the necessary advertiser, a good many newspapers go down. This difficulty would be measurably removed by the admission of the truth that the newspaper is a strictly business enterprise, depending for success upon a quid pro quo between all parties connected with it, and upon integrity in its management. Akin to the false notion that the newspaper is a sort of open channel that the public may use as it chooses, is the conception of it as a charitable institution. The newspaper, which is the property of a private person as much as a drug shop is expected to perform for nothing services which would be asked of no other private person. There is scarcely a charitable enterprise to which it is not asked to contribute of its space, which is money, 10 times more than other persons in the community, who are 10 times as able as the owner of the newspaper, contribute. The journal is considered mean if it will not surrender its columns freely to notices and announcements of this sort. If a manager has a new hen coop or a new singer he wishes to introduce to the public, he comes to the newspaper expecting to have his enterprise extolled for nothing, and probably never thinks that it would be just as proper for him to go to one of the regular advertisers in the paper and ask him to give up his space. Anything from a church picnic to a brass band concert for the benefit of the widow of the Triangles, ask the newspaper to contribute. The party in politics whose principles the editor advocates has no doubt of its rightful claim upon him, not only upon the editorial columns, but upon the whole newspaper. It asks without hesitation that the newspaper should take up its valuable space by printing hundreds and often thousands of dollars worth of political announcements in the course of a protracted campaign, when it never would think of getting its halls, its speakers, and its brass bands free of expense. Churches as well as parties expect this sort of charity. I have known rich churches, to whose members it was a convenience to have their Sunday and other services announced, withdraw the announcements when the editor declined any longer to contribute a weekly 50 cents worth of space. No private persons contribute so much to charity, in proportion to ability, as the newspaper. Perhaps it will get credit for this in the next world. It certainly never does in this. The chief function of the newspaper is to collect and print the news. Upon the kind of news that should be gathered and published we shall remark farther on. The second function is to elucidate the news, and comment on it, and show its relations. A third function is to furnish reading matter to the general public. Nothing is so difficult for the manager as to know what news is. The instinct for it is a sort of sixth sense. To discern, out of the mass of materials collected, not only what is most likely to interest the public, but what phase and aspect of it will attract most attention, and the relative importance of it; to tell the day before, or at midnight, what the world will be talking about in the morning, and what it will want the fullest details of, and to meet that want in advance, requires a peculiar talent. There is always some topic on which the public wants instant information. It is easy enough when the news is developed and everybody is discussing it, for the editor to fall in; but the success of the news printed depends upon a pre-apprehension of all this. Some papers, which nevertheless print all the news, are always a day behind, do not appreciate the popular drift till it has gone to something else, and err as much by clinging to a subject after it is dead as by not taking it up before it was fairly born. The public craves eagerly for only one thing at a time, and soon wearies of that; and it is to the newspaper's profit to seize the exact point of a debate, the thrilling moment of an accident, the pith of an important discourse, to throw itself into it as if life depended on it, and for the hour to flood the popular curiosity with it as an engine deluges a fire. Scarcely less important than promptly seizing and printing the news is the attractive arrangement of it, its effective presentation to the eye. Two papers may have exactly the same important intelligence, identically the same dispatches. The one will be called bright, attractive, newsy; the other dull and stupid. We have said nothing yet about that which to most people is the most important aspect of the newspaper, the editor's responsibility to the public for its contents. It is sufficient briefly to say here that it is exactly the responsibility of every other person in society, the full responsibility of his opportunity. He has voluntarily taken a position in which he can do a great deal of good or a great deal of evil, and he should be held and judged by his opportunity. It is greater than that of the preacher, the teacher, the congressman, the physician. He occupies the loftiest pulpit. He is in his teacher's desk 7 days a week. His voice can be heard farther than that of the most lusty foghorn politician. And often, I am sorry to say, his columns outshine the shelves of the druggist in display of proprietary medicines. Nothing else ever invented has the public attention as the newspaper has, or is an influence so constant and universal. It is this large opportunity that has given the impression that the newspaper is a public rather than a private enterprise. It was a nebulous but suggestive remark that the newspaper occupies the borderland between literature and common sense. Literature it certainly is not, and in the popular apprehension it seems often too erratic and variable to be credited with the balance wheel of sense. But it must have something of the charm of the one, and the steadiness and sagacity of the other, or it will fail to please. The model editor, I believe, has yet to appear. Notwithstanding the traditional reputation of certain editors in the past, they could not be called great editors by our standards, for the elements of modern journalism did not exist in their time. The old newspaper was a broadside of stale news with a moral essay attached. Perhaps Benjamin Franklin, with our facilities, would have been very near the ideal editor. There was nothing he did not wish to know, and no one excelled him in the ability to communicate what he found out to the average mind. He came as near as anybody ever did to marrying common sense to literature. He had it in him to make it sufficient for journalistic purposes. He was what somebody said Carlyle was, and what the American editor ought to be, a vernacular man. The assertion has been made recently, publicly, and with evidence adduced, that the American newspaper is the best in the world. It is like the assertion that the American government is the best in the world. No doubt it is, for the American people. Judged by broad standards, it may safely be admitted that the American newspaper is susceptible of some improvement, and that it has something to learn from the journals of other nations. We shall be better employed in correcting its weaknesses than in complacently contemplating its excellences. Let us examine it in its three departments already named, its news, editorials, and miscellaneous reading matter. In particularity and comprehensiveness of news collecting, it may be admitted that the American newspapers for a time led the world. I mean in the picking up of local intelligence, and the use of the telegraph to make it general. And with this arose the odd notion that news is made important by the mere fact of its rapid transmission over the wire. The English journals followed, speedily overtook, and some wealthier ones perhaps surpassed the American in the use of the telegraph, and in the presentation of some sorts of local news, not of casualties, and small city and neighborhood events, and social gossip, until very recently. But certainly in the business of the law courts, and the crimes and mishaps that come within police and legal supervision. The leading papers of the German press, though strong in correspondence and in discussion of affairs, are far less comprehensive in their news than the American or the English. The French journals, we are accustomed to say, are not newspapers at all, and this is true as we use the word. Until recently nothing has been of importance to the Frenchman except himself, and what happened outside of France, not directly affecting his glory, his profit, or his pleasure, did not interest him. Hence one could nowhere so securely entrench himself against the news of the world as behind the barricade of the Paris journals. But let us not make a mistake in this matter. We may have more to learn from the Paris journals than from any others. If they do not give what we call news, local news, events, casualties, the happenings of the day, they do give ideas, opinions. They do discuss politics, the social drift. They give the intellectual ferment of Paris. They supply the material that Paris likes to talk over, the badinage of the boulevard, the wit of the salon, the sensation of the stage, the new movement in literature and in politics. This may be important or it may be trivial. It is commonly more interesting than much of that which we call news. Our very facility and enterprise in news gathering have overwhelmed our newspapers, and it may be remarked that editorial discrimination has not kept pace with the facilities. We are overpowered with a mass of undigested intelligence, collected for the most part without regard to value. The force of the newspaper is expended in extending these facilities with little regard to discriminating selection. The burden is already too heavy for the newspaper, and wearisome to the public. The publication of the news is the most important function of the paper. How is it gathered? We must confess that it is gathered very much by chance. A dragnet is thrown out, and whatever comes is taken. An examination into the process of collecting shows what sort of news we are likely to get, and that 9/10 of that printed is collected without much intelligence exercised in selection. The alliance of the Associated Press with the Telegraph Company is a fruitful source of news of an inferior quality. Of course, it is for the interest of the Telegraph Company to swell the volume to be transmitted. It is impossible for the Associated Press to have an agent in every place to which the telegraph penetrates. Therefore the telegraphic operators often act as its purveyors. It is for their interest to send something, and their judgment of what is important is not only biased, but is formed by purely local standards. Our news, therefore, is largely set in motion by telegraphic operators, by agents trained to regard only the accidental, the startling, the abnormal as news. It is picked up by sharp prowlers about town, whose pay depends upon finding something, who are looking for something spicy and sensational, or which may be dressed up and exaggerated to satisfy an appetite for novelty and high flavor, and who regard casualties as the chief news. Our newspapers every day are loaded with accidents, casualties, and crimes concerning people of whom we never heard before and never shall hear again, the reading of which is of no earthly use to any human being. What is news? What is it that an intelligent public should care to hear of and talk about? Run your eye down the columns of your journal. There was a drunken squabble last night in a New York groggery. There is a petty but carefully elaborated village scandal about a foolish girl. A woman accidentally dropped her baby out of a fourth-story window in Maine. In Connecticut, a wife, by mistake, got into the same railway train as another woman's husband. A child fell into a well in New Jersey. There is a column about a peripatetic horse race, which exhibits like a circus from city to city. A laborer in a remote town in Pennsylvania had a sunstroke. There is an edifying dying speech of a murderer, the love letter of a suicide, the set to of a couple of congressmen, and there are columns about a gigantic war of half a dozen politicians over the appointment of a sugar gauger. Granted that this pablum is desired by the reader, why not save the expense of transmission by having several columns of it stereotyped to be reproduced at proper intervals? With the date changed, it would always have its original value, and perfectly satisfy the demand, if a demand exists, for this sort of news. This is not, as you see, a description of your journal. It is a description of only one portion of it. It is a complex and wonderful creation. Every morning it is a mirror of the world, more or less distorted and imperfect, but such a mirror as it never had held up to it before. But consider how much space is taken up with mere trivialities and vulgarities under the name of news. And this evil is likely to continue and increase until news gatherers learn that more important than the reports of accidents and casualties is the intelligence of opinions and thoughts, the moral and intellectual movements of modern life. A horrible assassination in India is instantly telegraphed. But the progress of such a vast movement as that of the Wahhabi revival in Islam, which may change the destiny of great provinces, never gets itself put upon the wires. We hear promptly of a landslide in Switzerland, but only very slowly of a political agitation that is changing the constitution of the republic. It should be said, however, that the daily newspaper is not alone responsible for this. It is what the age and the community where it is published make it. So far as I have observed, the majority of the readers in America peruses eagerly 3 columns about a mill between an English and a naturalized American prize fighter, but will only glance at a column report of a debate in the English Parliament, which involves a radical change in the whole policy of England, and devours a page about the Chantilly races, while it ignores a paragraph concerning the suppression of the Jesuit schools. Our newspapers are overwhelmed with material that is of no importance. The obvious remedy for this would be more intelligent direction in the collection of news, and more careful sifting and supervision of it when gathered. It becomes every day more apparent to every manager that such discrimination is more necessary. There is no limit to the various intelligence and gossip that our complex life offers. No paper is big enough to contain it. No reader has time enough to read it. And the journal must cease to be a sort of wastebasket at the end of a telegraph wire, into which any reporter, telegraph operator, or gossip monger can dump whatever he pleases. We must get rid of the superstition that value is given to an unimportant item by sending it 1,000 miles over a wire. Perhaps the most striking feature of the American newspaper, especially of the country weekly, is its enormous development of local and neighborhood news. It is of recent date. Horace Greeley used to advise the country editors to give small space to the general news of the world, but to cultivate assiduously the home field, to glean every possible detail of private life in the circuit of the county, and print it. The advice was shrewd for a metropolitan editor, and it was not without its profit to the country editor. It was founded upon a deep knowledge of human nature, namely, upon the fact that people read most eagerly that which they already know. If it is about themselves or their neighbors, if it is a report of something they have been concerned in, a lecture they have heard, a fair or festival or wedding or funeral or barn raising they have attended, the result is column after column of short paragraphs of gossip and trivialities. Chips, chips, chips. Mr. Sales is contemplating erecting a new counter in his store. His rival opposite has a new sign. Miss Bumps of Gath is visiting her cousin, Miss Smith of Bosra. The sheriff has painted his fence. Farmer Brown has lost his cow. The eminent member from Neapolis has put an L on one end of his mansion and a mortgage on the other. On the face of it, nothing is so vapid and profitless as column after column of this reading. These items have very little interest except to those who already know the facts. But those concerned like to see them in print, and take the newspaper on that account. This sort of inanity takes the place of reading matter that might be of benefit, and its effect must be to belittle and contract the mind. But this is not the most serious objection to the publication of these worthless details. It cultivates self-consciousness in the community, and love of notoriety. It develops vanity and self-importance, and elevates the trivial in life above the essential. And this brings me to speak of the mania in this age, and especially in America, for notoriety in social life as well as in politics. The newspapers are the vehicle of it, sometimes the occasion, but not the cause. The newspaper may have fostered, it has not created, this hunger for publicity. Almost everybody talks about the violation of decency and the sanctity of private life by the newspaper in the publication of personalities and the gossip of society. And the very people who make these strictures are often those who regard the paper as without enterprise and dull if it does not report in detail their weddings, their balls and parties, the distinguished persons present, the dress of the ladies, the sumptuousness of the entertainment, if it does not celebrate their church services and festivities, their social meetings, their new house, their distinguished arrivals at this or that watering place. I believe every newspaper manager will bear me out in saying that there is a constant pressure on him to print much more of such private matter than his judgment and taste permit or approve, and that the gossip which is brought to his notice with the hope that he will violate the sensitiveness of social life by printing it, is far away larger in amount than all that he publishes. To return for a moment to the subject of general news. The characteristic of our modern civilization is sensitiveness, or, as the doctors say, nervousness. Perhaps the philanthropist would term it sympathy. No doubt an exciting cause of it is the adaptation of electricity to the transmission of facts and ideas. The telegraph, we say, has put us in sympathy with all the world, and we reckon this enlargement of nerve contact somehow a gain. Our bared nerves are played upon by 1,000 wires. Nature, no doubt, has a method of hardening or deadening them to these shocks, but nevertheless every person who reads is a focus for the excitements, the ills, the troubles of all the world. In addition to his local pleasures and annoyances, he is in a manner compelled to be a sharer in the universal uneasiness. It might be worth while to inquire what effect this exciting accumulation of the news of the world upon an individual or a community has upon happiness and upon character. Is the New England man any better able to bear or deal with his extraordinary climate by the daily knowledge of the weather all over the globe? Is a man happier or improved in character by the woeful tale of a world's distress and apprehension that greets him every morning at breakfast? Knowledge, we know, increases sorrow, but I suppose the offset to that is that strength only comes through suffering. But this is a digression. Not second in importance to any department of the journal is the reporting, that is, the special reporting as distinguished from the more general news gathering. I mean the reports of proceedings in Congress, in conventions, assemblies, and conferences, public conversations, lectures, sermons, investigations, law trials, and occurrences of all sorts that rise to general importance. These reports are the basis of our knowledge and opinions. If they are false or exaggerated, we are ignorant of what is taking place, and misled. It is of infinitely more importance that they should be absolutely trustworthy than that the editorial comments should be sound and wise. If the reports on affairs can be depended on, the public can form its own opinion, and act intelligently. And if the public has a right to demand anything of a newspaper, it is that its reports of what occurs shall be faithfully accurate, unprejudiced, and colorless. They ought not to be editorials or the vehicles of personal opinion and feeling. The interpretation of the facts they give should be left to the editor and the public. There should be a sharp line drawn between the report and the editorial. I am inclined to think that the reporting department is the weakest in the American newspaper, and that there is just ground for the admitted public distrust of it. Too often, if a person would know what has taken place in a given case, he must read the reports in half a dozen journals, then strike a general average of probabilities, allowing for the personal equation, and then suspend his judgment. Of course, there is much excellent reporting, and there are many able men engaged in it who reflect the highest honor upon their occupation. And the press of no other country shows more occasional brilliant feats in reporting than ours. These are on occasions when the newspapers make special efforts. Take the last two national party conventions. The fullness, the accuracy, the vividness with which their proceedings were reported in the leading journals were marvelous triumphs of knowledge, skill, and expense. The conventions were so photographed by hundreds of pens that the public outside saw them almost as distinctly as the crowd in attendance. This result was attained because the editors determined that it should be, sent able men to report, and demanded the best work. But take an opposite and daily illustration of reporting, that of the debates and proceedings in Congress. I do not refer to the specials of various journals, which are good, bad, or indifferent, as the case may be, and commonly colored by partisan considerations, but the regular synopsis sent to the country at large. Now for some years it has been inadequate, frequently unintelligible, often grossly misleading, failing wholly to give the real spirit and meaning of the most important discussions, and it is as dry as chips besides. To be both stupid and inaccurate is the unpardonable sin in journalism. Contrast these reports with the lively and faithful pictures of the French Assembly which are served to the Paris papers. Before speaking of the reasons for the public distrust in reports, it is proper to put in one qualification. The public itself, and not the newspapers, is the great factory of baseless rumors and untruths. Although the newspaper unavoidably gives currency to some of these, it is the great corrector of popular rumors. Concerning any event, 100 different versions and conflicting accounts are instantly set afloat. These would run on and become settled but unfounded beliefs, as private whispered scandals do run, if the newspaper did not intervene. It is the business of the newspaper on every occurrence of moment to chase down the rumors and to find out the facts and print them and set the public mind at rest. The newspaper publishes them under a sense of responsibility for its statements. It is not by any means always correct, but I know that it is the aim of most newspapers to discharge this important public function faithfully. When this country had few newspapers, it was 10 times more the prey of false reports and delusions than it is now. Reporting requires as high ability as editorial writing, perhaps of a different kind, though in the history of American journalism the best reporters have often become the best editors. Talent of this kind must be adequately paid, and it happens that in America the reporting field is so vast that few journals can afford to make the reporting department correspond in ability to the editorial, and I doubt if the importance of doing so is yet fully realized. An intelligent and representative synopsis of a lecture or other public performance is rare. The ability to grasp a speaker's meaning, or to follow a long discourse, and reproduce either in spirit and fairly in a short space, is not common. When the public which has been present reads the inaccurate report, it loses confidence in the newspaper. Its confidence is again undermined when it learns that an interview which it has read with interest was manufactured, that the report of the movements and sayings of a distinguished stranger was a pure piece of ingenious invention, that a thrilling adventure along shore, or in a balloon, or in a horse car, was what is called a sensational article, concocted by some brilliant genius, and spun out by the yard according to his necessities. These reports are entertaining, and often more readable than anything else in the newspaper, and if they were put into a department with an appropriate heading, the public would be less suspicious that all the news in the journal was colored and heightened by a lively imagination. Intelligent and honest reporting of whatever interests the public is the sound basis of all journalism. And yet so careless have editors been of all this that a reporter has been sent to attend the sessions of a philological convention who had not the least linguistic knowledge, having always been employed on marine disasters. Another reporter, who was assigned to inform the public of the results of a difficult archaeological investigation, frankly confessed his inability to understand what was going on, for his ordinary business, he said, was cattle. A story is told of a metropolitan journal which illustrates another difficulty the public has in keeping up its confidence in newspaper infallibility. It may not be true for history, but answers for an illustration. The annual November meteors were expected on a certain night. The journal prepared an elaborate article, several columns in length, on meteoric displays in general, and on the display of that night in particular, giving in detail the appearance of the heavens from the metropolitan roofs in various parts of the city, the shooting of the meteors amid the blazing constellations, the size and times of flight of the fiery bodies, in short, a most vivid and scientific account of the lofty firework. Unfortunately the night was cloudy. The article was in type and ready, but the clouds would not break. The last moment for going to press arrived. There was a probability that the clouds would lift before daylight, and the manager took the risk. The article that appeared was very interesting, but its scientific value was impaired by the fact that the heavens were obscured the whole night, and the meteors, if any arrived, were invisible. The reasonable excuse of the editor would be that he could not control the elements. If the reporting department needs strengthening and reduction to order in the American journal, we may also query whether the Department of Correspondence sustains the boast that the American newspaper is the best in the world. We have a good deal of excellent correspondence, both foreign and domestic, and our specials have won distinction, at least for liveliness and enterprise. I cannot dwell upon this feature. But I suggest a comparison with the correspondence of some of the German, and with that especially of the London journals, from the various capitals of Europe, and from the occasional seats of war. How surpassing able much of it is! How full of information, of philosophic observation, of accurate knowledge! It appears to be written by men of trained intellect and of experience, educated men of the world, who, by reason of their position and character, have access to the highest sources of information. The editorials of our journals seem to me better than formerly, improved in tone, in courtesy, in self-respect, though you may not have to go far or search long for the provincial note and the easy grace of the frontier, and they are better written. This is because the newspaper has become more profitable, and is able to pay for talent, and has attracted to it educated young men. There is a sort of editorial ability, of facility, of force, that can only be acquired by practice, and in the newspaper office. No school can ever teach it. But the young editor who has a broad basis of general education, of information in history, political economy, the classics, and polite literature, has an immense advantage over the man who has merely practical experience. For the editorial, if it is to hold its place, must be more and more the product of information, culture, and reflection, as well as of sagacity and alertness. Ignorance of foreign affairs and of economic science the American people have in the past winked at, but they will not always wink at it. It is the belief of some shrewd observers that editorials, the long editorials, are not much read except by editors themselves. A cynic says that if you have a secret you are very anxious to keep from the female portion of the population, the safest place to put it is in an editorial. It seems to me that editorials are not conned as attentively as they once were, and I am sure they have not so much influence as formerly. People are not so easily or so visibly led; that is to say, the editorial influence is not so dogmatic and direct. The editor does not expect to form public opinion so much by arguments and appeals, as by the news he presents and his manner of presenting it, by the iteration of an idea until it becomes familiar, by the reading matter selected, and by the quotations of opinions as news, and not professedly to influence the reader. And this influence is all the more potent because it is indirect, and not perceived by the reader. There is an editorial tradition, it might almost be termed a superstition, which I think will have to be abandoned. It is that a certain space in the journal must be filled with editorial, and that some of the editorials must be long, without any reference to the news or the necessity of comment on it, or the capacity of the editor at the moment to fill the space with original matter that is readable. There is the sacred space, and it must be filled. The London journals are perfect types of this custom. The result is often a wearisome page of words and rhetoric. It may be good rhetoric, but life is too short for so much of it. The necessity of filling this space causes the writer, instead of stating his idea in the shortest compass in which it can be made perspicuous and telling, to beat it out thin, and make it cover as much ground as possible. This also is vanity. In the economy of room which our journals will more and more be compelled to cultivate, I venture to say that this tradition will be set aside. I think that we may fairly claim a superiority in our journals over the English dailies in our habit of making brief, pointed editorial paragraphs. They are the life of the editorial page. A cultivation of these until they are as finished and pregnant as the paragraphs of the London Spectator and the New York Nation, the printing of long editorials only when the elucidation of a subject demands length, and the use of the space thus saved for more interesting reading, is probably the line of our editorial evolution. To continue the comparison of our journals as a class with the English as a class, ours are more lively, also more flippant, and less restrained by a sense of responsibility or by the laws of libel. We furnish now and again as good editorial writing for its purpose, but it commonly lacks the dignity, the thoroughness, the wide sweep and knowledge that characterizes the best English discussion of political and social topics. The third department of the newspaper is that of miscellaneous reading matter, whether this is the survival of the period when the paper contained little else except selections, and other printed matter was scarce, or whether it is only the beginning of a development that shall supply the public nearly all its literature, I do not know. Far as our newspapers have already gone in this direction, I am inclined to think that in their evolution they must drop this adjunct, and print simply the news of the day. Some of the leading journals of the world already do this. In America, I am sure the papers are printing too much miscellaneous reading. The perusal of this smattering of everything, these scraps of information and snatches of literature, this infinite variety and medley, in which no subject is adequately treated, is distracting and debilitating to the mind. It prevents the reading of anything in full, and its satisfactory assimilation. It is said that the majority of Americans read nothing except the paper. If they read that thoroughly, they have time for nothing else. What is its reader to do when his journal thrusts upon him every day the amount contained in a fair-sized duodecimal volume, and on Sundays the amount of 2 of them? Granted that this miscellaneous hodgepodge is the cream of current literature, is it profitable to the reader? Is it a means of anything but superficial culture and fragmentary information? Besides, it stimulates an unnatural appetite, a liking for the striking, the brilliant, the sensational only; for our selections from current literature are usually the plums, and plums are not a wholesome diet for anybody. A person accustomed to this finds it difficult to sit down patiently to the mastery of a book or a subject, to the study of history, the perusal of extended biography, or to acquire that intellectual development and strength which comes from thorough reading and reflection. The subject has another aspect. Nobody chooses his own reading, and a whole community perusing substantially the same material tends to a mental uniformity. The editor has the more than royal power of selecting the intellectual food of a large public. It is a responsibility infinitely greater than that of the compiler of school books, great as that is. The taste of the editor, or of some assistant who uses the scissors, is in a manner forced upon thousands of people who see little other printed matter than that which he gives them. Suppose his taste runs to murders and abnormal crimes, and to the sensational in literature. What will be the moral effect upon a community of reading this year after year? If this excess of daily miscellany is deleterious to the public, I doubt if it will be in the long run profitable to the newspaper, which has a field broad enough in reporting and commenting upon the movement of the world without attempting to absorb the whole reading field. I should like to say a word, if time permitted, upon the form of the journal, and about advertisements. I look to see advertisements shorter, printed with less display, and more numerous. In addition to the use now made of the newspaper by the classes called advertisers, I expect it to become the handy medium of the entire public, the means of ready communication in regard to all wants and exchanges. Several years ago the attention of the publishers of American newspapers was called to the convenient form of certain daily journals in South Germany, which were made up in small pages, the number of which varied from day to day, according to the pressure of news or of advertisements. The suggestion as to form has been adopted by many of our religious, literary, and special weeklies, to the great convenience of the readers, and I doubt not of the publishers also. Nothing is more unwieldy than our big blanket sheets. They are awkward to handle, inconvenient to read, unhandy to bind and preserve. It is difficult to classify matter in them. In dull seasons they are too large. In times of brisk advertising, and in the sudden access of important news, they are too small. To enlarge them for the occasion, resort is had to a troublesome fly sheet, or, if they are doubled, there is more space to be filled than is needed. It seems to me that the inevitable remedy is a newspaper of small pages or forms, indefinite in number, that can at any hour be increased or diminished according to necessity, to be folded, stitched, and cut by machinery. We have thus rapidly run over a prolific field, touching only upon some of the relations of the newspaper to our civilization, and omitting many of the more important and grave. The truth is that the development of the modern journal has been so sudden and marvelous that its conductors find themselves in possession of a machine that they scarcely know how to manage or direct. The change in the newspaper caused by the telegraph, the cable, and by a public demand for news created by wars, by discoveries, and by a new outburst of the spirit of doubt and inquiry, is enormous. The public mind is confused about it, and alternately overestimates and underestimates the press, failing to see how integral and representative a part it is of modern life. The power of the press, as something to be feared or admired, is a favorite theme of dinner-table orators and clergymen. One would think it was some compactly wielded energy, like that of an organized religious order, with a possible danger in it to the public welfare. Discrimination is not made between the power of the printed word, which is limitless, and the influence that a newspaper, as such, exerts. The power of the press is in its facility for making public opinions and events. I should say it is a medium of force rather than force itself. I confess that I am oftener impressed with the powerlessness of the press than otherwise, its slight influence in bringing about any reform, or in inducing the public to do what is for its own good, and what it is disinclined to do. Talk about the power of the press, say, in a legislature, when once the members are suspicious that somebody is trying to influence them, and see how the press will retire, with what grace it can, before an invincible and virtuous lobby. The fear of the combination of the press for any improper purpose, or long for any proper purpose, is chimerical. Whomever the newspapers agree with, they do not agree with each other. The public itself never takes so many conflicting views of any topic or event as the ingenious rival journals are certain to discover. It is impossible in their nature for them to combine. I should as soon expect agreement among doctors in their empirical profession. And there is scarcely ever a cause, or an opinion, or a man, that does not get somewhere in the press a hearer and a defender. We will drop the subject with one remark for the benefit of whom it may concern. With all its faults, I believe the moral tone of the American newspaper is higher, as a rule, than that of the community in which it is published. End of the American Newspaper, by Charles Dudley Warner.
Apples for the Table by Miss Gertrude Coburn, Professor of Domestic Economy, Iowa Agricultural College, Ames, Iowa. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. Apples for the Table by Miss Gertrude Coburn. Chemical analysis of apples, fairly representing the average composition, indicates that the total nutriment is about 15% of the whole weight, and consists principally of sugar, organic acid, and pectin, which gelatinizes when boiled and cooled. Although the fruit is thus shown to be but slightly nutritious, it is generally palatable and wholesome. It easily supplies variety in diet throughout the year, and it has the advantage of being suitable for any meal and combining agreeably with many other common food materials. When ripe and carefully selected, the uncooked apple is toothsome and healthful, either alone and between meals or as one of the table fruits. The indigestible skin and cellulose with the water and acid contribute to the dietetic value, in that they make the whole raw apple a laxative food, especially effective when eaten before breakfast or at night. Cooked entire and without any addition, the well-flavored apple is among the most perfect and economical of the subacid fruits for everyday use, and for the invalid's tray is seldom surpassed. Baked in its own juice, with sugar and additional flavoring, or boiled in syrup, it is relished equally with the breakfast mush, the dinner meat, and the supper bread and cake. Combined with cream, custard, whipped white of egg, or tapioca, which add nutriment without destroying the fruit flavor, it affords a delicate dessert, inexpensive and easily prepared. Steamed or baked, with a light covering or crust of biscuit dough or pastry, it has a variety of forms, all used for dinner, and usually made complete with sweetened cream, or in other cases with a bit of good cheese. The skin, while not digestible, is not often injurious, and as the best flavor is contained in the surface portion of the skin, careless paring is wasteful and unnecessary, especially when the fruit is to be baked. The unbroken envelope retains the steam produced as the juice is heated, thus hastening the process of expanding and bursting the tiny cells and converting the firm pulp into a delicate sauce. This suggests that, in order to produce the desirable lightness, the oven should be sufficiently hot to change the water of the fruit into steam. If the skin is tough, or for other reasons is removed, the clean, unblemished parings with the cores may be simmered in water until the flavor and color make it a useful addition for pudding sauce, preserves, or jelly. It is usually best to remove the core before cooking, and when the apple, as for compote, is not to be otherwise cut after paring, it should be cored before the skin is taken off, to prevent breaking. The various forms of boiled and steamed apples are attractive and generally liked. The requisites are, to select good fruit and wash it clean before cutting, to remove only a thin paring, all of the core, and the bruised, discolored, and defective parts; to intensify rather than obscure the apple flavor, using only enough of sugar, spice, or lemon, when any is needed, to accomplish this purpose; to use granite or porcelain-lined utensils, avoiding even tin covers, or silver or wooden spoons; to retain by slow cooking and careful handling the perfect form of the fruit, or else to produce, by stirring and straining, a light, lumpless sauce; to serve the apple preparation with the same respectful and dainty care that is usually bestowed upon the rarer, but not more worthy, pineapple and orange. In the summer and autumn, when the fruit is at its best, no additional flavor is needed. Toward spring, when it becomes less palatable, the deficiency may be best supplied with a little lemon juice and grated rind, a bit of pineapple or quince, a few drops of almond extract or rosewater, or a few whole cloves. Sweet apples, which are dry and rather tasteless, may be utilized satisfactorily if stewed, canned, or preserved with 1/3 their bulk of quince. End of Apples for the Table, by Miss Gertrude Coburn. As Ye Sow, by Leo B. Hart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. As Ye Sow, by Leo B. Hart, Superintendent of Schools, Kern County. From Guiding Children in Democratic Living, 1942. California Elementary School Principals Association, Volume 14. Out of the East came a mighty flood of America's children. Tired, hungry, ill-clad children, products of the drought that drove their parents from the dusty plains westward over mountain and desert to California in search of a land that would give life and opportunity to them and their little ones. Endless days and weeks were spent sleeping on ditch banks, huddled around campfires, shoved into filthy sheds that reeked with musty odors and the stench of decaying foodstuffs and unsanitary waste. Weeks of labor in the boiling sun, hot, sultry, sleepless nights, only to await the dawn, then into the fields with droves of their kind. Thus the migrants moved about the valley unwelcome and unwanted, but their labors were needed for every crop. Like a wandering tribe, they roamed from camp to camp, from harvest to harvest, with the seasons. District schools everywhere were crowded. Special rooms, old condemned buildings, long out of use, were hurriedly put in shape for the migrants. Old desks were dragged from garret and storeroom for the newcomers, new desks for the local children. Over and over the same scene until it became the commonplace thing to see the pale, drawn faces, the dirty hands, the scraggly, uncombed hair, and the ill-fitting and worn-out clothes. Little feet were tough, and brown, and dirty, and accustomed to the frosty earth that bit and stung. After months of lost schooling, months of humiliation and embarrassment for a band of helpless youngsters, great camps were built throughout the valley. Rent was cheap, accommodations were clean and wholesome. There was a chance to live again like human beings. Utility buildings provided washing machines, ironing boards, toilets, and showers. There was running hot and cold water for everyone. The recreation hall provided a meeting place for the camp folks, a half for plays and dances and every kind of wholesome entertainment, and a place to worship. The management of the camps was friendly, courteous, and helpful. Words of encouragement and help in finding work gave these wanderers a lift when sadly needed. The cooperative store supplied the wants of the campers at a minimum cost. From such a camp, our Arvin Federal School draws its 175 students, as fine a group of boys and girls as you can find in any of our public schools, courteous, friendly, polite, happy children. They are proud of their school for the opportunities it gives them, for the atmosphere of helpfulness, of cleanliness, and love that emanates from every classroom and directs every activity. Their 7 teachers are of the chosen few, a selected group of especially trained and temperamentally adapted to the work they have to do. They are specialists in educational fields of instruction, essential to a complete and practical preparation for an active and productive life. In this school, manners, morals, etiquette, and health are major objectives. The trades and vocations, too, receive their full share of the students' time and attention. Music, dramatics, corrective speech and speech arts, sewing, cooking, weaving, painting, clay, woodworking, carpentering, plumbing, electrical wiring, farming, recreation, and counseling are activities that make up the daily routine. Every classroom is a workshop. In each are tools for all of the manual arts: saws, hammers, screwdrivers, braces and bits, rules, squares, and chisels. As we enter the room, a group of youngsters is seated on a semicircle around the teacher. She looks up and nods and smiles, and goes on with her work. A couple of youngsters leave their desks, greet us with a welcoming smile, and bring us chairs. Groups of children, all apparently of the same age, are working on different activities. Some are cutting pigs, chickens, cows, horses, and sheep out of 3-ply to take their places in the barnyard already fenced in the area at the front of the room. The house, silo, barn, and machine sheds are all in place, giving a very definite impression that this is a unit on rural life. Some of the youngsters are making clay models of animals, trees, and trinkets. Some are painting, and others are busy writing stories, which we learn have to do with this dairy project. The walls are lined with poster boards on which pictures tell the story of the dairy business. There seems to be great interest here, and everything is orderly and businesslike. The atmosphere gives one the sense of freedom of action with a definiteness of purpose. These rooms, now light, airy, and spacious, with worlds of cabinet and cupboard space, provide a cheery environment. The long work-bench with sink, faucet, and drinking fountain are features of each of the 7 temporary frame buildings that house this emergency school. The doctor and nurse from the public health department of the county have given each child a complete physical examination and have received the full cooperation of the mothers who came from the camp to be present to get instructions on the care of their little ones, so many of whom are suffering the penalties of malnutrition and neglect. In the health room, with its full celloglass front making it light and warm, a dozen cots are utilized throughout the day in order that 100 children may receive the period of rest so sorely needed. A temporary classroom has been converted into a lovely and attractive cafeteria, where a hot breakfast and lunch is available to every child for a maximum charge of 3 cents. The food supply is provided by the surplus commodities and augmented by the donations of a group of public-spirited young women in a Southern California city who visit the camp frequently and believe in the value of the work being done. The 3 cooks are provided by the WPA. The kitchen is roomy and equipped with a fine new stove, electric refrigerator, a plentiful supply of cooking utensils, dishes, and cupboard space. It is unique in that it was once just empty space that separated 2 of the classroom buildings, but by utilizing adobe walls in front and rear, a wood floor, and a roof and ceiling, this waste space became an efficiently arranged kitchen from whence meals are served through openings cut in the end of the classroom that is now the cafeteria. Such is the ingenuity of those charged with the running of this novel school. The boys enjoy farm life in the open. With a new garden tractor, they plowed and prepared 2 acres of ground for the planting of potatoes, a crop which will net them a nice return and fill the coffers of their cafeteria fund. Fruit trees and berry bushes are being planted. Harvest will follow harvest, and with good luck the labors of these young migrant lads will not only bring them a knowledge of farming in this valley, but will point the way to better living for them as they leave to make their way after graduation. A grove of shade trees and decorative shrubs is in its 2nd year of growth. This provides a laboratory in horticulture and landscaping, and these migrant boys will soon be adding a touch of beauty to outlying district schoolyards through a free landscape service they contemplate with pleasure and no small degree of pride. 2 box cars and a lean-to annex are being converted into a 5-room cottage, which is to be the center of home-making activities for the girls. 1 maintenance man works steadily on the job, assisted every afternoon for 2 hours by a group of boys from the shop classes. This project provides the boys with training in electric wiring, plumbing, and carpentering, while the girls share in planning, designing, decorating, and furnishing. The cottage, with its living room, bedroom, bath, dining room, and kitchen, fills a real need in the all-important business of teaching the art of homemaking and management to these young people. Youngsters who come to this school are not always ready for polite society, but it takes but a few days for them to catch the spirit that pervades the school. Last year the teachers' registers showed a total enrollment of 145 pupils per teacher. Classes vary from 20 to 40 during the years, with a growing tendency on the part of parents to become permanent residents of the camp. The children are happy here. They want to stay, and we want them to stay, for we like them. There is no group in the country that is happier, more appreciative, or more polite than these boys and girls at Arvin Federal School. Discipline cases are rare. Property and individual rights are respected. Teachers and pupils here are sharing in a truly wonderful experience in democratic living. End of As Ye Sow by Leo B. Hart.
The Catacombs of Paris by Neil Wynne Williams. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nadine Eckhart-Poulet. The Catacombs of Paris by Neil Wynne Williams. To some people it will come as a surprise to hear that there are catacombs at Paris. The fame of the similar collection of human remains at Rome would appear to have dwarfed out of sight the wondrous quarries that stretch beneath the greater portion of southern Paris. Nevertheless, the catacombs of the French capital are a wonderful and a weird sight, and one that is open to any member of the public who makes a written application to Monsieur le Préfet de la Seine. Their historical origin is interesting, and aptly exemplifies the changes that time brings in its train. From a remote past, down to the 17th century, they were merely quarries whence stone was drawn, and drawn to keep pace with the growth of the city above them. The natural consequence of this drain upon the vitals of the city's support was a subsidence, in 1774, which, by damaging property and bringing about numerous accidents, informed the public that some one must do something, or that nobody would be left to do anything. In 1777, a still stronger hint from below aroused the government to an activity which expended its energy in supporting with piers and buttresses the most dangerous portions of the affected area. These works, continued from year to year, proved a fertile source of expense. In 1784 the question arose as to the disposal of the relics of mortality, which were to be removed from the disused cemetery of the Innocents. It was suggested that the quarries should be still further strengthened and rendered compact by their adoption as catacombs. The suggestion met with approval, was adopted, and the transfer of the vast accumulation of bones entered upon with all due precautions. It was thus that the quarries became the garner room of the destroyer. It was thus, as the various cemeteries within the city ceased to yawn for their dead, that they were made to yield up their silent tenants. In 1786 the catacombs were solemnly consecrated. At this period the bones and skulls were being cast down on the floors of the caverns and passages in great heaps, without any attempt at order or arrangement. Nor was it till the year 1812 that the authorities commenced the work which has culminated in the present artistic presentment of that which once formed the framework of living thousands. Come, we will descend together as two members of the public, and see a portion of this underground and silent world that extends its ramifications beneath 200 acres of Paris. We are in possession of our permits, and according to direction find ourselves at the principal entrance, on the right of the Place d'Enfer Rochereau. We take our places in the queue of those about to descend. We buy candles. An obliging stranger tears off a square piece from a newspaper, and hands it to us with a polite bow. The careful, courteous man. He explains to us that presently it will be useful, if only les messieurs will adopt this plan of catching the droppings of a flickering candle held in the bare hand. And so saying, he triumphantly thrusts his candle with a ripping, tearing noise through the paper. The idea is good, so good that it travels along the queue, and each candle soon boasts a paper guard. 1 o'clock strikes. The door guarding the entrance to 90 steps that lead to below swings open. Its harsh grating is the signal for a brisk fusillade of match-firing reports. The matches are applied to the candles. A strong odor of tallow seethes through the meadow sunshine, and through its sickly fumes we commence to slowly advance. Already the leading file has vanished within the doorway, and as we in turn approach the orifice, a dull roar pours sullenly out to meet us. Tramp, tramp, tramp. We have passed beneath the archway. We are descending the spiral of the stone staircase. The air is heavy with the clangor of ponderous footfalls, murky with candle smoke that veils with weird effect the flickering, drought-driven light. As far, and just so far, as we can see above and below us, all is in movement. Dresses, coats, candles whirl slowly, uncertainly downward. The very walls seem to writhe in the uncertain light, to mutter and to moan with inarticulate voices. Down, down, down! All are in the rock home of death. A moment's pause, a silence falls on the chattering crowd. Then, affrighted with their second fear, they sway onward through a rocky gallery. Rock on either side of them, rock above them, here bare and arid, there slimy with oozing water and foul growth. The passage broadens out, it narrows, and ever there is the black line on the roof that marks the road. Suddenly a black shadow on the left or to the right. The eye plunges into the depth of these side roads, and recoils aghast at their mysterious gloom. The lights file on. A thin glitter seems a dark gap with a flickering, broken line of light. "Ah," says the guide, "yes, a chain." Still, forward, the shadows to right and left grow in size. Some have a sentry silently guarding their obscurity from rash obtrusion. Where there is no sentry, there is a chain. A sudden check from in front breaks the continuity of the forward movement. We move on again, and lo! the rocks on either hand contract, change color, break out into the gruesome design of a symmetrically built wall of bones and skulls. From the level of our heads down to the level of our feet, skull rests upon skull, and leans back upon the myriad bones behind. The shivering candlelight falls with unequal rays upon the formal tears, it flashes coldly upon the grinning teeth, penetrates the mortarless crannies of the wall, and ever shows bones of many shapes and curves. Now it lights up a rent in some skull, a ghastly, jagged wound which haunts one with the thought of foul murder. Anon it shimmers with erratic play on the trickling water that, pursuing its silent way from year to year, has crusted with a smooth gloss the skull beneath. Again the crowd checks. In the moment's pause you approach the wall. An earth-stained skull, perhaps larger than its comrades, centers your attention on his sunken orbits. You brood over it, are drawn to it, and as in a dream lay hands on its smooth cranium. The cold, clammy contact. Ah, how different from the warmth of a loving friend! Yet perchance this too, was once a friend, the lodestone of a deep, broad love. On again once more, and this time quicker. The skulls flash past in confused lines. It is the dance of death. A rock shoots into view, bursts through the skulls. It is marked with black characters which tell you that it is sometimes better to die than to live. Rock and lettering fade back into darkness, but again and again the light outlines a phrase such as "Tombeau de la Révolution," "Tombeau des Victimes," or a motto that sinks deep into the soul. The designs in skull and bone become more complicated. The walls become more lofty, rush from straight lines into curves, assume the form of chapels. Around and about you are skulls, skulls, skulls. Once these residues of men were even as you and I are now. Think of it, each mouldering bone was once part of a life. A life. But now tragedy and comedy lie indifferently side by side. Riches and poverty, the great and the low, lie jaw by jaw. None too great, none too humble, to enter into death's lavish gift to the darkness that reigns in the catacombs. Their world has passed away, and the old order has given place to the new that now surges and seethes by their crumbling bones. They have been but a tide in the ocean of life, they have flowed and they have ebbed. But even as you dream or gibe, according to temperament, in one of these chapels, a faint, prolonged rustle comes stealing to the ear, swells and falls, and vanishes mysteriously as it came. What was it? The guide catches an inquiring eye, and explains, with a wealth of incisive gesture, that it is the rats moving. He makes the blood run cold with the horror of his account of those who have been lost in the catacombs and hunted to their death by the sharp-teethed rodents. he expatiates with pardonable pride on the precautions now taken by the authorities to guard against casualties of this nature, and sinks his voice to a whisper as he mentions the lost 100 of 1871. He points to the dark, chain-barred passages as he tells you who and what these men were. 'Tis a tale that dwells in a blood-red past, a past which gave birth to the Commune of '71. The Germans had besieged Paris and taken it. They had entered the city as conquerors, and with their departure the humiliated, super-sensitive city was to be further outraged by its own baser passions. The National Guard had been, even during the siege, disaffected toward the government of the Republic, and with the departure of the Germans, it saw in the weakness of the government then located at Versailles its opportunity for revolt. Not having been disarmed, it possessed a brute force which gave it courage to act. It carried off the cannon to the heights of Montmartre and Belleville, under the plausible excuse of preserving them from the enemy. This was, in effect, revolt. And so President Thiers read it. He attempted the removal of the cannon on March, '71. He failed, and so commenced the insurrection of the Commune and a siege of Paris. 100,000 National Guards, together with the desperate characters common to every great city, were the thews and the sinews of this social revolution, which was directed against property and labor masters. It was initiated by working men, but in its short life of 2 months it was to seek the power of the devil of cruelty, and to encourage to the surface of Parisian life the pétroleurs and pétroleuses. It was to grow drunk with blood, and with sottish fury to fire the Hôtel de Ville, the Palais de Justice, the Tuileries, the Ministry of France. It was to corrupt its own body with murderous excess, and to slay by day and by night. Within the restraining influence of the Republican army concentrated at Versailles, it stung itself like a fire-imprisoned scorpion. But the debilitated government at Versailles was recuperating. It drew the siege closer, and hurled shot and shell faster and faster into the writhing city. It sent out its troops under Marshal MacMahon, and with bayonet and bullet it bore down the Communists, slew them without trial, without mercy, with no quarter for pétroleurs or pétroleuses. 10,000 corpses lay beneath its victory. The streets and prisons were red with blood. The mark of the destroyer was on mansion and humblest of humble buildings. By the lurid light which the recollections of the Commune emit, the guides answers to a bystander that the lost 100 were insurgents and part of the garrison of Fort Vanves, becomes powerfully suggestive. And to here a question and there a question he makes reply of how the insurgents fled before the Republican troops on the fall of Fort Vanves, and how they had rushed away from the bayonets on their track to endeavor to seek safety in the silent gloom of the catacombs. His graphic words, intensified by the environment, reconstruct the scene, painted with the vivid colors of a nightmare to the eyeballs straining to the dark mouth of the passages beyond. In thought, he takes us with the panic-stricken soldiers into the labyrinth. We feel a feverish fear of pursuit driving us further into the secretive gloom. A halt, and our laboring hearts grow calmer amidst the silence that yields no shout, no muffled footfall of pursuer. But our torches consume faster and faster away. We must again seek light of day. Yet how? Everywhere, road across road, silent skull by silent skull, with never a clue to the open air, to the living world above. Again panic seizes us. We run madly, with many a stumble, for life. Exhaustion finds us alone. Our comrades gone. Our torch, guarded with trembling hand, burning low. We hear the rats gathering in their hordes outside the pale of kindly, merciful light. They throw down a skull that rolls heavily to our feet. The light... Ha! It must have been awful to have died in that thick blackness with never a ray of light or hope. And we grow thankful that, as two of the public, we move on and on to the exit at the Rue d'Arrou, and find there life and sunshine. End of The Catacombs of Paris.
Declaration of Sentiments by Elizabeth Cady Stanton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. When, in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one portion of the family of man to assume among the people of the earth a position different from that which they have hitherto occupied, but one to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes that impel them to such a course. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men and women are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights governments are instituted, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. Whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of those who suffer from it to refuse allegiance to it, and to insist upon the institution of a new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence, indeed, will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly all experience hath shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable, than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they were accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their duty to throw off such government, and to provide new guards for their future security. Such has been the patient sufferance of the women under this government, and such is now the necessity which constrains them to demand the equal station to which they are entitled. The history of mankind is a history of repeated injuries and usurpations on the part of man toward woman, having in direct object the establishment of an absolute tyranny over her. To prove this, let facts be submitted to a candid world. He has never permitted her to exercise her inalienable right to the elective franchise. He has compelled her to submit to laws in the formation of which she had no voice. He has withheld from her rights which are given to the most ignorant and degraded men, both natives and foreigners. Having deprived her of this first right of a citizen, the elective franchise, thereby leaving her without representation in the halls of legislation, he has oppressed her on all sides. He has made her, if married, in the eye of the law, civilly dead. He has taken from her all right in property, even to the wages she earns. He has made her, morally, an irresponsible being, as she can commit many crimes with impunity, provided they be done in the presence of her husband. In the covenant of marriage, she is compelled to promise obedience to her husband, he becoming, to all intents and purposes, her master, the law giving him power to deprive her of her liberty and to administer chastisement. He has so framed the laws of divorce as to what shall be the proper causes, and in case of separation, to whom the guardianship of the children shall be given, as to be wholly regardless of the happiness of women. The law in all cases going upon a false supposition to the supremacy of man, and giving all power into his hands. After depriving her of all rights as a married woman, if single and the owner of property, he has taxed her to support a government which recognizes her only when her property can be made profitable to it. He has monopolized nearly all the profitable employments, and from those she is permitted to follow, she receives but a scanty remuneration. He closes against her all the avenues to wealth and distinction which he considers most honorable to himself. As a teacher of theology, medicine, or law, she is not known. He has denied her the facilities for obtaining a thorough education, all colleges being closed against her. He allows her in church as well as state, but a subordinate position, claiming apostolic authority for her exclusion from the ministry, and with some exceptions, from any public participation in the affairs of the Church. He has created a false public sentiment by giving to the world a different code of morals for men and women, by which moral delinquencies which exclude women from society are not only tolerated, but deemed of little account in man. He has usurped the prerogative of Jehovah himself, claiming it as his right to assign for her a sphere of action, when that belongs to her conscience and to her God. He has endeavored in every way that he could to destroy her confidence in her own powers, to lessen her self-respect, and to make her willing to lead a dependent and abject life. Now, in view of this entire disfranchisement of one half the people of this country, their social and religious degradation, in view of the unjust laws above mentioned, and because women do feel themselves aggrieved, oppressed, and fraudulently deprived of their most sacred rights, we insist that they have immediate admission to all the rights and privileges which belong to them as citizens of the United States. In entering upon the great work before us, we anticipate no small amount of misconception, misrepresentation, and ridicule, but we shall use every instrumentality within our power to effect our object. We shall employ agents, circulate tracts, petition the state and national legislatures, and endeavor to enlist the pulpit and the press in our behalf. We hope this convention will be followed by a series of conventions embracing every part of the country. End of Declaration of Sentiments by Elizabeth Cady Stanton.
Descartes by Charles Bradlaugh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Descartes by Charles Bradlaugh. René Descartes du Perron, better known as Descartes, the father of modern philosophy, was born at La Haye in Touraine of Breton parents, near the close of the 16th century, at a time when Bacon was like the morning sun rising to shed new rays of bright light over the then dark world of philosophy. The mother of Descartes died while he was but a few days old, and himself a sickly child, he began to take part in the battle of life with but little appearance of ever possessing the capability for action on the minds of his fellows, which he afterwards so fully exercised. Debarred, however, by his physical weakness from many boyish pursuits, he devoted himself to study in his earliest years, and during his youth gained the title of the young philosopher, from his eagerness to learn, and from his earnest endeavors by inquiry and experiment to solve every problem presented to his notice. He was educated in the Jesuits' College of La Flèche, and the monument erected to him at Stockholm informs us that, having mastered all the learning of the schools, which proved short of his expectations, he betook himself to the army in Germany and Hungary, and there spent his vacant winter hours in comparing the mysteries and phenomena of nature with the laws of mathematics, daring to hope that one might serve as a key to the other. Quitting, therefore, all other pursuits, he retired to a little village near Egmont in Holland, where, spending 25 years in continual reading and meditation, he effected his design. In his celebrated Discourse on Method he says, "As soon as my age permitted me to leave my preceptors, I entirely gave up the study of letters, and resolving to seek no other science than that which I could find in myself, or else in the great book of the world, I employed the remainder of my youth in travel, in seeing courts and camps, in frequenting people of diverse humors and conditions, in collecting various experiences, and above all in endeavoring to draw some profitable reflection from what I saw. For it seemed to me that I should meet with more truth in the reasonings which each man makes in his own affairs, and which, if wrong, would be speedily punished by failure, than in those reasonings which the philosopher makes in his study upon speculations which produce no effect, and which are of no consequence to him, except perhaps that he will be the more vain of them, the more remote they are from common sense, because he would then have been forced to employ more ingenuity and subtlety to render them plausible. At the age of 33 Descartes retired from the world for a period of 8 years, and his seclusion was so effectual during that time that his place of residence was unknown to his friends. He there prepared the Meditations and Discourse on Method, which have since caused so much pen and ink warfare amongst those who have aspired to be ranked as philosophical thinkers. He became European in fame, and invited by Christina of Sweden, he visited her kingdom, but the rudeness of the climate proved too much for his delicate frame, and he died at Stockholm in the year 1650, from inflammation of the lungs, being 54 years of age at the time of his death. Descartes was perhaps the most original thinker that France had up to that date produced, and, contemporary with Bacon, he exercised a powerful influence o'er the progress of thought in Europe. But although a great thinker, he was not a brave man, and the fear of giving offence to the Church and government has certainly prevented him from making public some of his writings, and perhaps has toned down some of these thoughts, which, when first uttered, took a higher flight and struck full home to the truth itself. The father and founder of the deductive method, Descartes still proudly reigns to the present day, although some of his conclusions have been overturned, and others of his thinkings have been carried to conclusions which he never dared to dream of. He gave a strong aid to the tendency of advancing civilization, to separate philosophy from theology, thereby striking a blow, slow in its effect, and effectual in its destructive operation, on all priestcraft. In his dedication to the Meditations he says, "I have always thought that the two questions of existence of God and the nature of the soul were the chief of those which ought to be demonstrated rather by philosophy than by theology. For although it is sufficient for us, the faithful, to believe in God, and that the soul does not perish with the body, it does not seem possible ever to persuade the infidels to any religion, unless we first prove to them these two things by natural reason." Having relinquished faith, he found that he must choose an entirely new faith in which to march with reason. The old ways were so cumbered with priests and Bibles that progression would have been impossible. This gave us his method. He wanted a starting point from which to reason, some indisputable fact upon which to found future thinkings. He has given us the detailed history of his doubts. He has told us how he found that he could plausibly enough doubt of everything except his own existence. He pushed his skepticism to the verge of self-annihilation. There he stopped. There in self, there in his consciousness, he found at last an irresistible fact, an irreversible certainty. Firm ground was discovered. He could doubt the existence of the external world and treat it as a phantasm. He could doubt the existence of God and treat the belief as a superstition. But of the existence of his own thinking, doubting mind, no sort of doubt was possible. He, the doubter, existed, if nothing else existed. The existence that was revealed to him in his own consciousness was the primary fact, the first indubitable certainty. Hence his famous cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. Proceeding from the certainty of his existence, Descartes endeavors to rind other equally certain tacks, and for that purpose presents the following doctrine and rules for our guidance. The basis of all certitude is consciousness. Consciousness is the sole foundation of absolute certainty. Whatever it distinctly proclaims must be true. The process is, therefore, rendered clear and simple. Examine your consciousness. Each distinct reply will be fact. He tells us further that all clear ideas are true, that whatever is clearly and distinctly conceived is true, and in these lie the vitality of his system, the cause of the truth or error of his thinkings. The following are the rules he gave us for the detection and separation of true ideas from false, i.e., imperfect or complex. 1. Never to accept anything as true but what is evidently so, to admit nothing but what so clearly and distinctly presents itself as true, that there can be no reason to doubt it. 2. To divide every question into as many separate parts as possible, that each part being more easily conceived, the whole may be more intelligible. 3. To conduct the examination with order, beginning by that of objects the most simple, and therefore the easiest to be known, and ascending little by little up to knowledge of the most complex. 4. To make such exact calculations and such circumspections as to be confident that nothing essential has been omitted. Consciousness being the basis of all certitude, everything of which you are clearly and distinctly conscious must be true. Everything which you clearly and distinctly conceive exists, if the idea of it involves existence. In these 4 rules we have the essential part of one half of Descartes' system. The other, which is equally important, is the attempt to solve metaphysical problems by mathematical aid. To mathematics he had devoted much of his time. He it was who, at the age of 23, made the grand discovery of the applicability of algebra to geometry. While deeply engaged in mathematical studies and investigations, he came to the conclusion that mathematics were capable of a still further simplification, and of a much more extended application. Impressed with the certainty of the conclusions arrived at by the aid of mathematical reasoning, he began to apply mathematics to metaphysics. His ambition was to found a system which should be solid and convincing. Having searched for certitude, he had found its basis in consciousness. He next wanted a method, and hoped he had found it in mathematics. He tells us that those long chains of reasoning, all simple and easy, by which geometers use to arrive at their most difficult demonstrations, suggests to him that all things which came with human knowledge must follow each other in a similar chain, and that, provided we abstain from admitting anything as true which is not so, and that we always preserve in them the order necessary to deduce one from the other, there can be none so remote to which we cannot finally attain, nor so obscure but that we may discover them. Acting out this, he dealt with metaphysics as we should with a problem from Euclid, and expected by rigorous reasoning to discover the truth. He, like Archimedes, had wished for a standing place from which to use the lever that should overturn the world. But having a sure standing place in the indubitable fact of his own existence, he did not possess sufficient courage to put forth the mighty power. It was left for one who came after him to fairly attempt the overthrow of the world of error so long existent. Cartesianism was sufficiently obnoxious to the divines to provoke their wrath, and yet, from some of its peculiarities, it had found many opponents among the philosophical party. The Cartesian philosophy is founded on 2 great principles, the one metaphysical, the other physical. The metaphysical is Descartes' foundation stone, the "I think, therefore I am." This has been warmly attacked as not being logical. Descartes said his existence was fact, a fact above and beyond all logic. Logic could neither prove nor disprove it. The cogito ergo sum was not new itself, but it was the first stone of a new building, the first step in a new road. From this fact Descartes tried to reach another, and from that others. The physical principle is that nothing exists but substance, which he makes of 2 kinds: the one a substance that thinks, the other a substance extended. Actual thought and actual extension are the essence of substance, so that the thinking substance cannot be without some actual thought, nor can anything be retrenched from the extension of a thing, without taking away so much of its actual substance. In his physical speculations, Descartes has allowed his imagination to run very wild. His famous theory of vortices is an example of this. Assuming extension to be the essence of substance, he denied the possibility of a vacuum by that assumption, for if extension be the essence of substance, wherever extension is, there substance must be. This substance he assumes to have originally been divided into equal angular particles, each endowed with an equal degree of motion. Several systems or collections of these particles he holds to have a motion about certain equidistant points or centers, and that the particles moving round these composed so many vortices. These angular particles, by their intestine motions, he supposes to become, as if it were, ground into a spherical form. The parts rubbed off are called the matter of the first element, while the spherical globules he calls matter of the second element. And since there would be a large quantity of this element, he supposes it to be driven toward the center of each vortex by the circular motion of the globules, and that there it forms a large spherical body, such as the sun. This sun, being thus formed, and moving about its own axis with the common matter of the vortex, would necessarily throw out some parts of its matter through the vacuities of the globules of the second element constituting the vortex, and this especially at such places as are farthest from its poles, receiving at the same time in by these poles as much as it loses in its equatorial parts. And by these means it would be able to carry round with it those globules that are nearest with the greater velocity, and the remoter with less. And further, those globules which are nearest the center of the sun must be smallest, because were they greater or equal, they would by reason of their velocity have a greater centrifugal force, and recede from the center. If it should happen that any of these sun-like bodies, in the centers of the several vortices, should be so incrusted and weakened as to be carried about in the vortex of the true sun, if it were of less solidity, or had less motion than the globules towards the extremity of the solar vortex, it would descend toward the sun, till it met with globules of the same solidity, and susceptible of the same degree of motion with itself. And thus, being fixed there, it would be forever after carried about by the motion of the vortex, without either approaching any nearer to, or receding from, the sun, and so become a planet. Supposing, then, all this, we are next to imagine that our system was at first divided into several vortices, in the center of each of which was a lucid spherical body, and that some of these, being gradually incrustated, were swallowed up by others which were larger and more powerful, till at last they were all destroyed and swallowed up by the biggest solar vortex, except some few which were thrown off in right lines from one vortex to another, and so became comets. It should also be added that in addition to the two elements mentioned above, those particles which may yet exist and be only in the course of reduction to their globular form, and still retain their angular proportions, form a third element. This theory has found many opponents, but in this state of our work we conceive our duty to be that of giving a simple narrative of the philosopher's ideas, rather than a history of the various criticisms upon those ideas, the more especially as our pages scarcely afford room for such a mode of treatment. Having formed his method, Descartes proceeded to apply it. The basis of certitude being consciousness, he interrogated his consciousness, and found that he had an idea of a substance infinite, eternal, immutable, independent, omniscient, and omnipotent. This he called an idea of God. He said, "I exist as a miserably imperfect finite being, subject to change, ignorant, incapable of creating anything. I find by my finitude that I am not the infinite, by my liability to change that I am not the immutable, by my ignorance that I am not the omniscient, in short, by my imperfection that I am not the perfect. Yet an infinite, immutable, omniscient, and perfect being must exist, because infinity, immutability, omniscience, and perfection are applied as a correlative in my ideas of finitude, change, etc. God therefore exists. His existence is clearly proclaimed in my consciousness, and therefore ceases to be a matter of doubt any more than the fact of my own existence. The conception of an infinite being proved his real existence, for if there is not really such a being, I must have made the conception. But if I could make it, I can also unmake it, which evidently is not true. Therefore there must be, externally to myself, an archetype from which the conception was derived. All that we clearly and distinctly conceive of as contained in anything is true of that thing. Now we conceive clearly and distinctly that the existence of God is contained in the idea we have of him. Ergo, God exists. Descartes was of the opinion that his demonstrations of the existence of God equal or even surpass in certitude the demonstrations of geometry. In this opinion we must confess we cannot share. He has already told us that the basis of all certitude is consciousness, that whatever is clearly and distinctly conceived must be true, that imperfect and complex conceptions are false ones. The first proposition, all must admit, is applicable to themselves. I conceive a fact clearly and distinctly, and despite all resistance am compelled to accept that fact. And if that fact be accepted beyond doubt, no higher degree of certainty can be obtained. That 2 and 2 are 4, that I exist, are facts which I never doubt. The cogito ergo sum is irresistible, because indubitable. But cogito ergo Deus est is a sentence requiring much consideration, and upon the face of it is no syllogism, but on the contrary, it is illogical. If Descartes meant I am conscious that I am not the whole of existence, he would be indisputable. But if he meant that I can be conscious of an existence entirely distinct, apart from and external to that very consciousness, then his whole reasoning from that point appears fallacious. We use the word I as given by Descartes. Mill, in his System of Logic, says, "The ambiguity in this case is in the pronoun I, by which in one place is to be understood my will, in another the laws of my nature. If the conception, existing as it does in my mind, had no original, without the conclusion would unquestionably follow that I had made it, that is, that the laws of my nature had spontaneously evolved it. But that my will made it would not follow." Now, when Descartes afterward adds that I cannot unmake the conception, he means that I cannot get rid of it by an act of my will, which is true, but is not the proposition required. That what some of the laws of my nature have produced other laws, or those same laws in other circumstances, might not subsequently efface, he would have found it difficult to establish. Treating the existence of God as demonstrated from the a priori idea of perfection and infinity, and by the clearness of his idea of God's existence, Descartes then proceeds to deal with the distinction between body and soul. To prove this distinction was to him an easy matter. The fundamental and essential attribute of substance must be extension, because we can denude substance of every quality but that of extension. This we cannot touch without at the same time affecting the substance. The fundamental attribute of mind is thought. It is in the act of thinking that the consciousness of existence is revealed. To be without thought would be to be without consciousness. Descartes has given us, among others, the axiom that two substances are really distinct when their ideas are complete and no way imply each other. The idea of extension is complete and distinct from the idea of thought, which latter is also clear and distinct by itself. It follows, therefore, that substance and mind are distinct in essence. Descartes has, from the vagueness of some of his statements, subjected himself to the charge of asserting the existence of innate ideas, and the following quotations will speak for themselves on the subject. When I said that the idea of God is innate in us, I never meant more than this, that nature has endowed us with a faculty by which we may know God. But I have never either said or thought that such ideas had an actual existence, or even that they were a species distinct from the faculty of thinking. Although the idea of God is so imprinted on our minds that every person has within him the faculty of knowing him, it does not follow that there may not have been various individuals who have passed through life without ever making this idea a distinct object of apprehension. And in truth, they who think they have an idea of a plurality of gods have no idea of God whatever. This seems explicit as negativing the charge of holding the doctrine of innate ideas. But in the Edinburgh Review several passages are given, among which is the following: "By the word idea I understand all that can be in our thoughts, and I distinguish three sorts of ideas: adventitious, like the common idea of the sun, framed by the mind, such as that which astronomical reasoning gives of the sun; and innate, as the idea of God, mind, body, a triangle, and generally all those which represent true, immutable, and eternal essences." With regard to these rather opposite statements, Lewis says: "If Descartes, when pressed by objections, gave different explanations, we must only set it down to a want of a steady conception of the vital importance of innate ideas to his system. The fact remains that innate ideas form the necessary groundwork of the Cartesian doctrine. The radical error of all ontological speculation lies in the assumption that we have ideas independent of experience, because experience can only tell us of ourselves or of phenomena. Of noumena it can tell us nothing. The fundamental question, then, of modern philosophy is this: have we any ideas independent of experience?" Descartes' disciples are of two classes: the mathematical cultivators of physics, and the deductive cultivators of philosophy. The first class of disciples are far in advance of their chief, and can only be considered as having received an impulse in a true direction. The second class unhesitatingly accepted his principles and continued his thinking, although they developed his system in a different manner, and arrived at a stronger conclusion than Descartes' courage would have supported. Some of the physical speculations of Descartes have been much ridiculed by subsequent writers, but many reasons may be urged, not only against that ridicule, but also against the more moderate censure which several able critics have dealt out against the intellectual character of Descartes. It should be remembered that the theories of all his predecessors were mere conjectural speculations respecting the places and paths of celestial bodies, etc. Innumerable hypotheses had been formed and found useless, and we ought rather to look to what Descartes did accomplish under the many difficulties of his position, in respect to the then state of scientific knowledge, than to judge harshly of those speculations, which, though attended with no beneficial result to humanity at large, were doubtless well intended by their author. He was the first man who brought optical science under the command of mathematics, by the discovery of the law of refraction of the ordinary ray through diaphanous bodies; and probably there is scarcely a name on record the bearer of which has given a greater impulse to mathematical and philosophical inquiry than Descartes. Although, as a mathematician, he published but little, yet every subject which he has treated he has opened, not only a new field for investigation, but also a new road for the investigators to proceed by. His discovery of the simple application of the notation of indices to algebraical powers has totally remodeled the whole science of algebra. His conception of expressing the fundamental property of curved lines and curved surfaces by equations between the coordinates has led to an almost total supersedence of the geometry of the ancients. Contemporary with Galileo, and with a knowledge of the persecution to which that father of physics was being subjected by the Church, we are tempted to express our surprise that Descartes did not extend the right hand of fellowship, help, and sympathy to his brother philosopher. But it is nevertheless the fact that, either jealous of the fame of Galileo, as some have alleged, or from a fear of being involved in the same persecutions, Descartes abstained from visiting the astronomer, although travelling for some time near his place of abode in Italy. Lewis, in his Life of Descartes, says: "Descartes was a great thinker, but having said this, we have almost exhausted the praise we can bestow on him as a man. In disposition he was timid to servility. While promulgating the proofs of the existence of the Deity, he was in evident alarm lest the Church should see something objectionable in them. He had also written an astronomical treatise, but hearing of the fate of Galileo, he refrained from publishing it, and always used some chicanery in speaking of the world's movement. He was not a brave man. He was also not an affectionate one. There was in him a deficiency of all finer feelings, but he was even tempered, and studious of not giving offence. We are tempted, after a careful perusal of the life and writings of Descartes and his contemporaries, to be of the opinion that he was a man who wished to be considered the chief thinker of his day, and who shunned and rejected the offers of friendship from other philosophers, lest they, by being associated with him, should jointly wear laurels which he was cultivating solely to form a crown for himself. Despite all, his brow still bears a crown, and his fame has a freshness that we might all be justly proud of if appertaining to ourselves. We trust that in these few pages we have succeeded in presenting Descartes to such of our readers who were unacquainted with his writings sufficiently well to enable them to appreciate him, and to induce them to search further. And at the same time we hope that those better acquainted with him will not blame us for the omission of much which they may consider more important than the matter which appears in this little tract. We have endeavored to picture Descartes as the founder of deductive method, as having the foundation stone of all his reasoning in his consciousness. End of Descartes by Charles Bradlaugh.
Ether and the Theory of Relativity by Albert Einstein. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ether and the Theory of Relativity. An address delivered on May 5th, 1920, in the University of Leiden. How does it come about that alongside of the idea of ponderable matter, which is derived by abstraction from everyday life, the physicists set the idea of the existence of another kind of matter, the ether? The explanation is probably to be sought in those phenomena which have given rise to the theory of action at a distance, and in the properties of light, which have led to the undulatory theory. Let us devote a little while to the consideration of these two subjects. Outside of physics, we know nothing of action at a distance. When we try to connect cause and effect in the experiences which natural objects afford us, it seems at first as if there were no other mutual actions than those of immediate contact, for example, the communication of motion by impact, push and pull, heating or inducing combustion by means of a flame, etc. It is true that even in everyday experience, weight, which is in a sense action at a distance, plays a very important part. But since in daily experience the weight of bodies meets us as something constant, something not linked to any cause which is variable in time or place, we do not in everyday life speculate as to the cause of gravity, and therefore do not become conscious of its character as action at a distance. It was Newton's theory of gravitation that first assigned a cause for gravity by interpreting it as action at a distance proceeding from masses. Newton's theory is probably the greatest stride ever made in the effort towards the causal nexus of natural phenomena. And yet this theory evoked a lively sense of discomfort among Newton's contemporaries, because it seemed to be in conflict with the principle springing from the rest of experience, that there can be reciprocal action only through contact, and not through immediate action at a distance. It is only with reluctance that man's desire for knowledge endures a dualism of this kind. How was unity to be preserved in this comprehension of the forces of nature? Either by trying to look upon contact forces as being themselves distant forces, which admittedly are observable only at a very small distance, and this was the road which Newton's followers, who were entirely under the spell of his doctrine, mostly preferred to take, or by assuming that the Newtonian action at a distance is only apparently immediate action at a distance, but in truth is conveyed by a medium permeating space, whether by movements or by elastic deformation of this medium. Thus the endeavor toward a unified view of the nature of forces leads to the hypothesis of an ether. This hypothesis, to be sure, did not at first bring with it any advance in the theory of gravitation or in physics generally, so that it became customary to treat Newton's law of force as an axiom not further reducible. But the ether hypothesis was bound always to play some part in physical science, even if at first only a latent part. When in the first half of the 19th century the far-reaching similarity was revealed which subsists between the properties of light and those of elastic waves in ponderable bodies, the ether hypothesis found fresh support. It appeared beyond question that light must be interpreted as a vibratory process in an elastic, inert medium filling up universal space. It also seemed to be a necessary consequence of the fact that light is capable of polarization, that this medium, the ether, must be of the nature of a solid body, because transverse waves are not possible in a fluid, but only in a solid. Thus, the physicists were bound to arrive at the theory of the quasi-rigid luminiferous ether, the parts of which can carry out no movements relatively to one another, except the small movements of deformation which correspond to light waves. This theory, also called the theory of the stationary luminiferous ether, moreover found a strong support in an experiment which is also of fundamental importance in the special theory of relativity, the experiment of Fizeau, from which one was obliged to infer that the luminiferous ether does not take part in the movements of bodies. The phenomenon of aberration also favored the theory of the quasi-rigid ether. The development of the theory of electricity, along the path opened up by Maxwell and Lorentz, gave the development of our ideas concerning the ether quite a peculiar and unexpected turn. For Maxwell himself, the ether indeed still had properties which were purely mechanical, although of a much more complicated kind than the mechanical properties of tangible solid bodies. But neither Maxwell nor his followers succeeded in elaborating a mechanical model for the ether which might furnish a satisfactory mechanical interpretation of Maxwell's laws of the electromagnetic field. The laws were clear and simple, the mechanical interpretations clumsy and contradictory. Almost imperceptibly, the theoretical physicists adapted themselves to a situation which, from the standpoint of their mechanical program, was very depressing. They were particularly influenced by the electrodynamical investigations of Heinrich Hertz. For whereas they previously had required of a conclusive theory that it should content itself with the fundamental concepts which belong exclusively to mechanics, for example densities, velocities, deformations, stresses, they gradually accustomed themselves to admitting electric and magnetic force as fundamental concepts side by side with those of mechanics, without requiring a mechanical interpretation for them. Thus, the purely mechanical view of nature was gradually abandoned. But this change led to a fundamental dualism which in the long run was insupportable. A way of escape was now sought in the reverse direction, by reducing the principles of mechanics to those of electricity, and this, especially as confidence in the strict validity of the equations of Newton's mechanics was shaken by the experiments with beta rays and rapid cathode rays. This dualism still confronts us in unextenuated form in the theory of Hertz, where matter appears not only as the bearer of velocities, kinetic energy, and mechanical pressures, but also as the bearer of electromagnetic fields. Since such fields also occur in vacuo, that is, in free ether, the ether also appears as bearer of electromagnetic fields. The ether appears indistinguishable in its functions from ordinary matter. Within matter it takes part in the motion of matter, and in empty space it has everywhere a velocity, so that the ether has a definitely assigned velocity throughout the whole of space. There is no fundamental difference between Hertz's ether and ponderable matter, which in part subsists in the ether. The Hertz theory suffered not only from the defect of ascribing to matter and ether, on the one hand, mechanical states, and on the other hand, electrical states, which do not stand in any conceivable relation to each other. It was also at variance with the result of Fizeau's important experiment on the velocity of the propagation of light in moving fluids, and with other established experimental results. Such was the state of things when H. A. Lorentz entered upon the scene. He brought theory into harmony with experience by means of a wonderful simplification of theoretical principles. He achieved this, the most important advance in the theory of electricity since Maxwell, by taking from ether its mechanical, and from matter its electromagnetic qualities. As in empty space, so too in the interior of material bodies, the ether, and not matter viewed atomistically, was exclusively the seat of electromagnetic fields. According to Lorentz, the elementary particles of matter alone are capable of carrying out movements. Their electromagnetic activity is entirely confined to the carrying of electric charges. Thus, Lorentz succeeded in reducing all electromagnetic happenings to Maxwell's equations for free space. As to the mechanical nature of the Lorentzian ether, it may be said of it, in a somewhat playful spirit, that immobility is the only mechanical property of which it has not been deprived by H. A. Lorentz. It may be added that the whole change in the conception of the ether which the special theory of relativity brought about consisted in taking away from the ether its last mechanical quality, namely its immobility. How this is to be understood will forthwith be expounded. The space-time theory and the kinematics of the special theory of relativity were modeled on the Maxwell-Lorentz theory of the electromagnetic field. This theory, therefore, satisfies the conditions of the special theory of relativity, but when viewed from the latter it acquires a novel aspect. For if K be a system of coordinates relatively to which the Lorentzian ether is at rest, the Maxwell-Lorentz equations are valid primarily with reference to K. But by the special theory of relativity the same equations, without any change of meaning, also hold in relation to any new system of coordinates K', which is moving in uniform translation relatively to K. Now comes the anxious question: why must I in the theory distinguish the K system above all K' systems, which are physically equivalent to it in all respects, by assuming that the ether is at rest relatively to the K system? For the theoretician such an asymmetry in the theoretical structure, with no corresponding asymmetry in the system of experience, is intolerable. If we assume the ether to be at rest relatively to K, but in motion relatively to K', the physical equivalence of K and K' seems to me, from the logical standpoint, not indeed downright incorrect, but nevertheless inacceptable. The next position which it was possible to take up in face of this state of things appeared to be the following: the ether does not exist at all. The electromagnetic fields are not states of a medium, and are not bound down to any bearer, but they are independent realities which are not reducible to anything else, exactly like the atoms of ponderable matter. This conception suggests itself the more readily as, according to Lorentz's theory, electromagnetic radiation, like ponderable matter, brings impulse and energy with it, and as, according to the special theory of relativity, both matter and radiation are but special forms of distributed energy, ponderable mass losing its isolation and appearing as a special form of energy. More careful reflection teaches us, however, that the special theory of relativity does not compel us to deny ether. We may assume the existence of an ether, only we must give up ascribing a definite state of motion to it. That is, we must by abstraction take from it the last mechanical characteristic which Lorentz had still left it. We shall see later that this point of view, the conceivability of which I shall at once endeavor to make more intelligible by a somewhat halting comparison, is justified by the results of the general theory of relativity. Think of waves on the surface of water. Here we can describe two entirely different things. Either we may observe how the undulatory surface forming the boundary between water and air alters in the course of time, or else, with the help of small floats for instance, we can observe how the position of the separate particles of water alters in the course of time. If the existence of such floats for tracking the motion of the particles of a fluid were a fundamental impossibility in physics, if, in fact, nothing else whatever were observable than the shape of the space occupied by the water as it varies in time, we should have no ground for the assumption that water consists of movable particles. But all the same we could characterize it as a medium. We have something like this in the electromagnetic field. For we may picture the field to ourselves as consisting of lines of force. If we wish to interpret these lines of force to ourselves as something material in the ordinary sense, we are tempted to interpret the dynamic processes as motions of these lines of force, such that each separate line of force is tracked through the course of time. It is well known, however, that this way of regarding the electromagnetic field leads to contradictions. Generalizing, we must say this. There may be supposed to be extended physical objects to which the idea of motion cannot be applied. They may not be thought of as consisting of particles which allow themselves to be separately tracked through time. In Minkowski's idiom this is expressed as follows. Not every extended conformation in the four-dimensional world can be regarded as composed of world threads. The special theory of relativity forbids us to assume the ether to consist of particles observable through time, but the hypothesis of ether in itself is not in conflict with the special theory of relativity. Only we must be on our guard against ascribing the state of motion to the ether. Certainly, from the standpoint of the special theory of relativity, the ether hypothesis appears at first to be an empty hypothesis. In the equations of the electromagnetic field there occur, in addition to the densities of the electric charge, only the intensities of the field. The career of electromagnetic processes in vacuo appears to be completely determined by these equations, uninfluenced by other physical quantities. The electromagnetic fields appear as ultimate, irreducible realities, and at first it seems superfluous to postulate a homogeneous isotropic ether medium, and to envisage electromagnetic fields as states of this medium. But on the other hand, there is a weighty argument to be adduced in favor of the ether hypothesis. To deny the ether is ultimately to assume that empty space has no physical qualities whatever. The fundamental facts of mechanics do not harmonize with this view. For the mechanical behavior of a corporeal system hovering freely in empty space depends not only on relative positions, distances, and relative velocities, but also on its state of rotation, which physically may be taken as a characteristic not appertaining to the system in itself. In order to be able to look upon the rotation of the system, at least formally, as something real, Newton objectivizes space. Since he classes his absolute space together with real things, for him rotation relative to an absolute space is also something real. Newton might no less well have called his absolute space ether. What is essential is merely that besides observable objects, another thing, which is not perceptible, must be looked upon as real, to enable acceleration or rotation to be looked upon as something real. It is true that Mach tried to avoid having to accept as real something which is not observable by endeavoring to substitute in mechanics a mean acceleration with reference to the totality of the masses in the universe, in place of an acceleration with reference to absolute space. But inertial resistance opposed to relative acceleration of distant masses presupposes action at a distance, and as the modern physicist does not believe that he may accept this action at a distance, he comes back once more, if he follows Mach, to the ether, which has to serve as medium for the effects of inertia. But this conception of the ether to which we are led by Mach's way of thinking differs essentially from the ether as conceived by Newton, by Fresnel, and by Lorentz. Mach's ether not only conditions the behaviors of inert masses, but is also conditioned in its state by them. Mach's idea finds its full development in the ether of the general theory of relativity. According to this theory, the metrical qualities of the continuum of space-time differ in the environment of different points of space-time, and are partly conditioned by the matter existing outside of the territory under consideration. This space-time variability of the reciprocal relations of the standards of space and time, or, perhaps, the recognition of the fact that empty space in its physical relation is neither homogeneous nor isotropic, compelling us to describe its state by 10 functions, the gravitation potentials G subscript Mn, has, I think, finally disposed of the view that space is physically empty. But therewith the conception of the ether has again acquired an intelligible content, although this content differs widely from that of the ether of the mechanical undulatory theory of light. The ether of the general theory of relativity is a medium which is itself devoid of all mechanical and kinematical qualities, but helps to determine mechanical and electromagnetic events. What is fundamentally new in the ether of the general theory of relativity, as opposed to the ether of Lorentz, consists in this, that the state of the former is at every place determined by connections with the matter, and the state of the ether in neighboring places, which are amenable to law in the form of differential equations, whereas the state of the Lorentzian ether in the absence of electromagnetic fields is conditioned by nothing outside itself, and is everywhere the same. The ether of the general theory of relativity is transmuted conceptually into the ether of Lorentz if we substitute constants for the functions of space which describe the former, disregarding the causes which condition its state. Thus we may also say, I think, that the ether of the general theory of relativity is the outcome of the Lorentzian ether through relativation. As to the part which the new ether is to play in the physics of the future, we are not yet clear. We know that it determines the metrical relations in the space-time continuum, for example, the configurative possibilities of solid bodies as well as the gravitational fields, but we do not know whether it has an essential share in the structure of the electrical elementary particles constituting matter. Nor do we know whether it is only in the proximity of ponderable masses that its structure differs essentially from that of the Lorentzian ether, whether the geometry of spaces of cosmic extent is approximately Euclidean, but we can assert by reason of the relativistic equations of gravitation that there must be a departure from Euclidean relations, with spaces of cosmic order of magnitude, if there exists a positive mean density, no matter how small, of the matter in the universe. In this case, the universe must of necessity be spatially unbounded and of finite magnitude, its magnitude being determined by the value of that mean density. If we consider the gravitational field and the electromagnetic field from the standpoint of the ether hypothesis, we find a remarkable difference between the two. There can be no space, nor any part of space, without gravitational potentials, for these confer upon space its metrical qualities, without which it cannot be imagined at all. The existence of the gravitational field is inseparably bound up with the existence of space. On the other hand, a part of space may very well be imagined without an electromagnetic field. Thus, in contrast with the gravitational field, the electromagnetic field seems to be only secondarily linked to the ether, the formal nature of the electromagnetic field being as yet in no way determined by that of gravitational ether. From the present state of theory it looks as if the electromagnetic field, as opposed to the gravitational field, rests upon an entirely new formal motive, as though nature might just as well have endowed the gravitational ether with fields of quite another type, for example, with fields of a scalar potential instead of fields of the electromagnetic type. Since according to our present conceptions the elementary particles of matter are also, in their essence, nothing else than condensations of the electromagnetic field, our present view of the universe presents two realities which are completely separated from each other conceptually, although connected causally, namely, gravitational ether and electromagnetic field, or, as they might also be called, space and matter. Of course it would be a great advance if we could succeed in comprehending the gravitational field and the electromagnetic field together as one unified conformation. Then, for the first time, the epoch of theoretical physics founded by Faraday and Maxwell would reach a satisfactory conclusion. The contrast between ether and matter would fade away, and, through the general theory of relativity, the whole of physics would become a complete system of thought, like geometry, kinematics, and the theory of gravitation. An exceedingly ingenious attempt in this direction has been made by the mathematician H. Weyl, but I do not believe that his theory will hold its ground in relation to reality. Further, in contemplating the immediate future of theoretical physics, we ought not unconditionally to reject the possibility that the facts comprised in the quantum theory may set bounds to the field theory beyond which it cannot pass. Recapitulating, we may say that according to the general theory of relativity, space is endowed with physical qualities. In this sense, therefore, there exists an ether. According to the general theory of relativity, space without ether is unthinkable, for in such space there not only would be no propagation of light, but also no possibility of existence for standards of space and time, measuring rods and clocks, nor therefore any space-time intervals in the physical sense. But this ether may not be thought of as endowed with the quality characteristic of ponderable media, as consisting of parts which may be tracked through time. The idea of motion may not be applied to it. End of Ether and the Theory of Relativity by Albert Einstein. Read by Avai in May 2010.
How Children Learn About Human Rights by Wilhelmina Hill and Helen K. McIntosh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. How Children Learn About Human Rights by Wilhelmina Hill and Helen K. McIntosh. From the Federal Security Agency, Office of Education. How Children Learn About Human Rights. One of the most important things that children need to learn is the business of getting along together. In the process, they are making practical applications of the principles involved in the Declaration of Human Rights. The ability to recognize one's own rights and at the same time respect the rights of others does not just happen. First of all, it takes real effort on the part of parents to make the kind of home in which each child has the right to express ideas and opinions, and has a part in making decisions such as choosing a new dress or suit, deciding when to go to bed, what to eat, or helping to decide whether the family will take a summer vacation or buy a television set. Using situations involving human rights. Teachers need to realize that when the child comes to school, he brings attitudes that are good towards some people and bad towards others. Teachers must accept each child as he is, and expect that in a classroom which is organized in a democratic way, he can learn gradually that every person has rights that must be recognized and protected. In school, children themselves have certain rights together with responsibilities. Each child has the right to a place where he can work comfortably, to a place to put his wraps and materials where they will be safe, to a feeling of security because he is liked and wanted, to express his ideas, to disagree with others courteously, and to have a part in planning activities and in making decisions that affect him as a member of the group. With these rights go corresponding responsibilities. The child must not interfere with the comfort and security of other children. He must listen to other children's ideas as they listen to his. He must expect that other children will disagree with his ideas from time to time. He must realize that decisions of the group may not always agree with the decisions he would like to see made, and he must learn to behave in these ways because he sees the fairness of doing so, and because he wants to, rather than because he is required to. In order to be a good citizen in his community, state, nation, and world, a child must be a good citizen at home and in his school community. There are many situations in the school day that can be used to point up rights and responsibilities of girls and boys. Often it is possible to relate these to the Declaration of Human Rights. The teacher with imagination and ingenuity and an understanding of children uses a situation such as the following. A new child enters school. When the fifth grade girls and boys come into Miss Judson's room on Monday morning, they see that a new girl has just been seated in Tom's group, which organizes itself around a table for six. The teacher introduces Tom to the newcomer and suggests that he and the other children at the table get acquainted with the new member of the class and then introduce her to the others. The small group learns that her name is Jean. She has moved to town from a small community in the southwestern part of the state. She is living 2 blocks from school. Her father is working at the gas station near the post office, and she has a brother in the 4th grade. Tom, as chairman, introduces Jean, tells where she came from, and says that Susan will help her through the first day. Miss Judson and the children have agreed that every new child who enters their room needs friendship in a new place, and has a right to feel secure and happy in order to do good work. Not all children will be immediately accepted by the group. That is where the teacher steps in to give guidance, to help children see themselves in the same position as the newcomer. If the children have seen a copy of the Declaration of Human Rights in the hall, the library, or in their own classroom, this is the place where the teacher can point up Article 13. Quote, "Everyone has the right to freedom of movement and residence within the borders of each state." Unquote. Jane's father was offered a new job and the family moved without having to ask anyone whether or not they could do so. It may be possible and desirable to let children know that in some countries a person must at all times have an identity card, must register with the police when he enters a town or city for the first time, and must have permission to move from one place to another. Visitors come from other countries. Our government is bringing many teachers from other countries to visit schools in the United States. One of the important purposes of their coming is to get acquainted with teachers, with children and their parents, and with the community. These visitors have things to learn from us and things to teach us. When the visitor spends several weeks in the same school, children have an opportunity to get to know the visitor as a person. A teacher trainee comes from Israel to stay 6 months. She visits schools in the East, North, Midwest, and South. For a month she visits in Grand Rapids, Michigan, spending 2 weeks in the same school where children have an opportunity to ask her questions about schools, children, herself, and her family, including her little son, and to examine books, pictures, and objects that the visitor has brought with her. Such personal contacts give boys and girls an opportunity to see what a person from another country looks like, how she acts and speaks, what some of the customs of present-day Israel are, and why and how she has come to this country. This is the point where the teacher can use the visit to discuss Article 13 of the Declaration, which states that a person shall have the right to leave one country and go to another, and Article 15, which gives every person the right to a nationality. A natural extension of this discussion may lead to investigating children's backgrounds to find whether parents and grandparents were born in the United States, and if not, what nationality they changed from in order to become citizens of this country. Solving group problems in human rights and responsibilities. It is springtime, and the children of the upper grades are playing ball in one section of the school ground. At the same time, the boys come in to report that Bill batted a ball that broke a window of the house nearest the school. The irate owner arrives to ask, "Who is going to pay for my broken window?" Everyone wants to talk at once. Miss Barber has a hard time to get the excited boys calmed down. Several of them have remarked, "Bill broke it. He ought to pay for it." The girls haven't said anything because they are waiting to hear the whole story. Miss Barber helps the children talk the problem through far enough to suggest that since everyone has a right to be heard, they ought to hear from one of the players, from someone who was on the sidelines, and from Bill himself. The girls will be an impartial jury because they were not involved. When all the evidence is in, the teacher helps to guide the discussion with such questions as, "Since Bill was a member of the team, might it not just as easily have been someone else in the group who broke the window? Is there such a thing as group responsibility rather than individual responsibility? What practical ways of solving the problem can the group suggest?" Miss Barber agrees to advance the money so that a committee chosen from the room can go personally to the next door neighbor to say they are sorry to have made him extra work in replacing the window, and to ask the cost so that they can plan to earn enough money to pay for it. Out of this experience there develops the belief on the part of the group that it doesn't pay to make snap judgments, that everyone involved in and interested in a situation has a right to be heard, that sometimes a whole group has a responsibility for the action of one of its members, and that better planning should be done in the use of the playground so that accidents such as that of the broken window won't happen in the future. Again, it is at this point that the teacher helps children to see the relationship of their problem to the Declaration of Human Rights. Although there might be several articles that could be interpreted to have meaning for the situation, it is Article 10 that is singled out. Everyone is entitled in full equality to a fair and public hearing by an independent and impartial tribunal, in the determination of his rights and obligations and of any criminal charge against him. Using books and stories to build attitudes and understandings. The wealth of books now available to teachers and children is an important means of introducing boys and girls to problems in human relations which involve rights and responsibilities. In the book Fair Play, children are something to see chiefly through pictures and with brief descriptions how far people have come from the days of the caveman in learning to get along together. Although there is tension in the world today, many countries have been able to get together to form the United Nations. This organization has been compared to the 13 colonies which struggled to form a United States of America in the early days of our own country. Some local radio stations have broadcast programs in the Books Bring Adventure series. Some of these programs have been made into records, each of which dramatizes an interesting incident from a book for and about children. Such a book is The Level Land, a story of the underground in Holland during World War II. This story tells clearly how the people of that country struggled to preserve their rights and freedoms. The question for teachers and children is, quote, "Would we be willing here in the United States to make the sacrifices and endure the hardships of the characters in the book in order to preserve our rights and freedoms?" Unquote. An issue of Childhood Education, which appeared several years ago, was entitled "The Discipline of Understanding Each Other." In this issue were stories of children of a number of countries, their culture, their customs, their songs, their recipes for cooking special dishes, and some helps for teachers to show that boys and girls must know and appreciate each other if the nations of the world are to develop common understandings. Such understandings are basic to realizing why the other person interprets the very same words of the Declaration in ways that may be different from our own. Or the story of the moved outers may be used to show the rights of our Japanese citizens were for a time not recognized during World War II. This story shows how children themselves shared in the problems of their parents, and that rights set forth in the Declaration were not considered at that time. What learnings can be expected of children? From the time that children reach school in the morning until they leave at the end of the day, every hour is crowded with situations that call for give and take on the part of child with child with the group, and child with teacher and other adults. The teacher needs ability to identify these situations and to use skill in helping the children to recognize that their own everyday problems involve human rights. If the teacher is autocratic in her methods of working, it will be difficult to give children such opportunities. It will be equally difficult if she has a philosophy which permits children to do as they please. A classroom that is organized democratically is essential to the teaching of human rights. In a recent yearbook of the Association for Supervision and Curriculum Development, the authors point out, quote, "Schools which do not respect the dignity of each individual child within the classroom cannot teach children to be concerned with the rights of children in far distant lands." Unquote. An example of the influence of the teacher in the classroom is the story of a year-round camp school for children, where the younger group had read and heard about the dictatorship in Germany before World War II. Because this was a school where children helped with the planning, newcomers often thought they would be happier, quote, "if the teacher would just tell us what to do." Unquote. After discussion of what a dictatorship is like, the children decided that they would like to have their teacher act as a dictator for at least a day. They agreed that they would not move about, speak, make suggestions, or volunteer for responsibilities. They would do only what they were told, when they were told. But after they had tried a day of this sort, with every child required to stay in his seat, with assignments written on the board, with an old-fashioned type of question and answer recitation of what was in the textbook, with the teacher giving directions for every activity and no opportunity for the children to participate, they decided that one day was enough. There was one child, a newcomer, who said, quote, "This seems all right to me. School is always like this at home." Unquote. But the majority said, "I'll never vote for a dictatorship again." They voted to go back to the type of classroom where each child had a share in working out problems and sharing experiences with others. The time to begin. Teachers actually begin the study of human rights with their children in the earliest years. Although prejudices may not be expressed in words until boys and girls are in the middle years of the elementary school, they are probably felt by children in the primary grades if teachers, parents, or other adults give them a bad example. Teachers need to work with parents on this problem in study groups or conferences. Such prejudices may become a fixed part of the individual's personality that no amount of later education can change. Most children of kindergarten or first grade age come to school with the hope and expectation to like and be liked. But if Jimmy continues throughout his first weeks in school in the kindergarten to take a toy and go off in the corner to play with it, the teacher interests him in a block building activity with another child, and then gradually enlarges the group to 3 or 4 children. In the first grade, a little girl puts the doll in a buggy, wheels it around by herself, while other children are carrying on dramatic play as a family in the playhouse. The teacher suggests to the child and to the group that she be the older sister who takes care of the baby, but who comes home to help the mother get lunch. It is in these early years that a child often uses force to get what he wants. He may hit, push, pull, fight to get a toy, a particular chair, or a book. He has not yet learned to say, "It is mine," or "May I have it now?" or "It's my turn." The teacher may well begin with such a situation as this to help children see that everyone's rights and needs must be considered in deciding who shall have the toy, the book, or the chair, and for how long. Every added experience, whether it be reading in a small group, choosing a partner to work or play with, planning the school day, or going on an excursion involves recognizing other people's rights as well as those of the individual. As children grow older. Usually, by the time the child reaches third grade, he has learned to express himself effectively to get what he wants, unless he is unusually shy. He uses words instead of force to get what he wants or to persuade the other fellow to share. If he spoils another child's painting, or if he fights a smaller child on the playground, the teacher will know about it. Oftentimes the children will want to enforce more severe penalties for infringing on the rights of others than will the adult. It is the teacher's place to raise the question, "Why did you spoil the picture?" or "Why did you fight? And what can we do to help you?" At about the third grade level, children can be helped to look at situations objectively, and to suggest what can be done about relations that need improving. In the upper grades, children may take responsibility for carrying on the work of a school council that will be used to solve these problems that are common to all classes in the school. There are such problems as, how can each group have play space on the playground at the same time? How can the children themselves help to prevent schoolhouse windows from being broken during after-school hours? How can the all-purpose room, which has sinks, gas plates, tools, and other equipment and materials for use, be shared by all groups? A council meeting can become a mere training session for practice in parliamentary procedure, but with an alert teacher, children can learn to analyze problems, to suggest possible solutions, to carry out studies or surveys, to evaluate information, to get opinions, to reach decisions, and to work out plans for action. They can also develop simple rules of conduct for all the activities of the school that are accepted by every class, that are in keeping with the Declaration of Human Rights, and that can be related to that document. Children begin early to learn about human rights. Not all of the 30 articles of the Declaration of Human Rights can be translated into situations that have meaning for boys and girls. At some time in their school lives they will want to read the Declaration, article by article. But the teacher will choose the time, the place, and the situation that can make one of the articles real before she attempts to introduce children to it. The children of 1/6th grade have attempted to restate the articles of the Declaration in simple form. Many groups will want to make their own simplified statements when they have studied the articles. Some examples of the 6th grade children's interpretations follow. The rights of all people in all lands. Article 1. Every person has the right to be treated like a brother. Article 2. The 30 articles in this declaration apply to all people, no matter who they are, what they do, what they believe, or where they live. Article 3. Every person has the right to live safely. Article 4. No one should be forced to work as a slave. Article 5. No one should be made to suffer inhumanity. Article 6. Every person is entitled to his rights in any land at all times. Article 7. All persons are equal before the law. Article 8. Every person has the right to regain any rights he may have lost. Article 9. No person should be punished for a crime he has not committed. Article 10. Every person has the right to a fair trial in an honest court. Article 11. Every person has the right to be considered innocent of a crime until he is proved to be guilty. Article 13. Every person has the right to come and go as he wishes. Article 14. A person who is persecuted in one country has the right to move to another country. Article 17. Every person has the right to own and hold property. Article 18. Every person has the right to freedom of religion. Article 19. Every person has the right to have his own ideas and also has the right to express them. Article 21. Every person has the right to vote as he pleases on a secret ballot in an honest election. Article 23. Every person has the right to work for a just wage in healthy surroundings. Article 24. Every person has the right to reasonable working hours with time for rest and paid holidays. Article 26. Every person is entitled to an education. Article 27. Every person has the right to enjoy the better things of life. Article 28. Every person has the right to live in a land where all these rights are considered. Article 29. Every person must be willing to do what he can to help others secure these rights. Whatever the approach and the method of study, there are certain principles that hold good regardless of the age level of the children concerned. These principles have been developed in the illustrations used and are only summarized here. First of all, the classroom environment must be a democratic one. Children themselves must feel secure in their right to express opinions, but must be willing to abide by group decisions and to take responsibilities that go along with rights. The articles of the Declaration of Human Rights cannot be taught as verbalisms, but must be made real and understandable through situations and experiences that have meaning for children themselves. The study of human rights should be started, so far as the school is concerned, as soon as children enter, and should begin with what the home has done or may have failed to do. There must be continuing emphasis at all levels upon human rights, if adult citizens are to have a clear idea of what the Declaration means and a desire to accept the obligations involved. What some schools are doing about the Declaration. In many intermediate and upper grades, pupils are becoming acquainted with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and learning to use it in relation to their own problems and experiences. They are learning directly the responsibilities which accompany the rights specified in the various articles of the Declaration. Primary as well as older children are having experiences in group living which will lead to an understanding of human rights and relationships. In one Minneapolis school, a poster of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights hangs in the hall. Children refer to it when it can give assistance in their study of United Nations and its peoples and in the solving of their own problems. One sixth grade class in Minneapolis was faced with the problem of heated arguments. A discussion was held of the pros and cons of arguments. An outgrowth of this discussion was a study of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Each article was discussed and evaluated. The pupils made drawings of how the document relates to them. Drawings about Article 19, on freedom of opinion and expression, showed pupils engaged in group work and in play activities. Drawings about Article 21, on the right to take part in government and to choose representatives, showed children carrying out these procedures in their own civic league. Results of this study are being bound in albums to be sent to the United Nations headquarters in New York and to the Office of Education in Washington, D.C. The pupils hope that other teachers and children will see these albums or hear about them and be stimulated to carry out similar studies. Another sixth grade in the school rewrote the Declaration for the school's younger children. This class made a study which they entitled Man's Search for Freedom. The problems decided upon by the children were: why is it that all the people in the world have not had the rights to which they are entitled? How has man tried to gain his rights? How can man eventually get the rights he should have? Through their reading and discussion they learned of many documents that were milestones in man's search for freedom. They divided into groups to study the following documents: Magna Carta, Atlantic Charter, Declaration of Independence, United Nations Charter, Constitution of the United States, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Bill of Rights, Emancipation Proclamation. While real-life experiences in accord with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights are provided throughout the school program, it is felt that the children from grades 4 to 12 should have, in addition, some direct contact with the written document. They should see its relationship to man's continuing struggle for basic freedoms, its relation to the American Bill of Rights, and should know the story of its writing. The 5th and 6th grade social studies programs lend themselves admirably to the study of the extension of freedoms to all peoples. In the 5th grade, the pupils study about how the people of the United States won their freedoms originally and how we are trying to maintain those rights today. For the past 2 years, 5th grade classes have written original scripts concerning appropriate sections of the Universal Declaration. During their study of the people who came to the United States and why they came here, one 6th grade class made effective use, in terms of extension of human rights, of a recording entitled The Statue of Liberty, which is read by Judith Anderson. Following a discussion of the rights included in this poem, the children made a careful investigation of the written guarantees covering these particular rights as they appear in the American Bill of Rights. Then they searched through the Universal Declaration to find whether or not the same rights were included there. They discussed the need for all persons to feel a responsibility for seeing that opportunities are guaranteed for the exercise of these rights. Another project of rewriting the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was carried out by a high school class of Portland, Oregon. Members of this class felt that the adult phrasing and vocabulary of the most important principles developed after a long period of study and debate by the United Nations General Assembly might create a barrier to the understanding of them by young people. Since the development of constructive attitudes in human relationships should begin at a very early age, this language barrier might prove a serious handicap in furthering this very important purpose. This simplified version of the Declaration for younger brothers and sisters was published by the Portland Public Schools and distributed to all elementary schools of the city. Children learn respect for each other through working together. In Ithaca, New York, opportunities are given in the lower elementary grades for the development of foundational experiences for understanding the Universal Declaration. Emphasis is on living and learning together. The Declaration is not taught directly at this level. In Ithaca schools, there are children from various countries of the world. The teachers are consciously and directly developing the understanding of such concepts as the same things make all of us happy, and we all have the right to talk some of the time and to be heard. Reports from the radio, daily newspapers, and magazines are giving many opportunities for motivating discussions of the Universal Declaration. The film script series, Our Heritage of Freedom, has been used over and over by classes in grades 5 and 6 to give an understanding of the freedoms which people have been fighting for through many centuries, the Swiss, the English barons in the time of Magna Carta, and people in other times and places. Each elementary classroom in Ithaca is supplied with a poster or booklet copy of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. When the freedoms that Americans possess are studied, the children and their teacher carry through to ascertain what attempts have been made to extend these freedoms. At one school in Wilmington, Delaware, 6th grade children are learning about the right to take part in the government by participating in weekly class meetings where every child has a part in agreeing upon certain behavior standards, which are set up under the title, Our Classroom Constitution. This is used by the group as a guide in solving problems in which the actions of an individual or a small group are not in the best interests of the class or the school. They are learning to concede to everyone the right to speak freely, even if they disagree with what is being said. 5th grade pupils are gaining through experiences such concepts as all people can be free. Each person is responsible for his own actions as a member of a group. Individuals and groups are dependent on each other. Group problems are best solved by group action. Respect for others and their way of life is an American ideal. Children are gradually beginning to realize that they can be free to make decisions, plan group action, if each one within the group has self-discipline and can consider the wishes of everyone within his group, and that their class group must consider other groups and individuals within the school. This class has studied the problems of freedom and group relations in the home and in the community in which they live, always coming back to the fact that freedom is possible only within a framework of discipline. Later, they plan to study the rights of people wherever they may live, especially those rights contained in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. One of the experiences this class had which gave opportunity to demonstrate living by our principles of freedom, human rights, and responsibilities was an overnight camping trip. Here the children experienced a total living situation, living, eating, sleeping, working, playing, and planning together. Cabin groups, work details, and study groups were planned by the children, each group with its leader. In such a situation, the children realized more clearly than before that each child in a group has certain rights and each must do his share for the comfort and happiness of the entire class. A similar plan of group work and responsibility is being followed in the classroom for the development of projects and the solution of problems. Under the leadership of the class president, the whole group works together. Within the class there are 5 smaller groups, each with its leader and working on problems and projects. Second grade children are learning a great deal about human rights and responsibilities as they try to understand and evaluate how families work and play together. Children have included in their study the work done by mother, by father, and by children in the home, how families play together, kinds of jobs fathers and mothers hold outside the home, and services to the home by persons and agencies in the community. The group has visited plants and other places where fathers and mothers work. Third and fourth grade children are being helped to understand basic concepts of human rights through living and growing in an atmosphere where all individuals are important as they work together to develop an attitude of consideration for each other. Ted in the 4th grade feels free to say to his teacher, "I really didn't deserve that calling down. I was talking to Ned, but we were talking about our work." Ted and the teacher can talk the matter over until each is satisfied with the outcome. Children throughout the school should have the same right as Ted. Most of the efforts to teach about the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in Westerly, Rhode Island, have been through an integrated approach rather than through separate units. In one 6th grade class, the pupils studied the Universal Declaration in connection with a social studies unit on How a Nation Was Made from 13 States. Here the pupils studied and compared the United States Bill of Rights with the Universal Declaration. Several topics for further study took shape during the discussion: battle for human rights, when rights conflict, how rights are constantly being broadened, and comparison with the 4 freedoms. Pupil-sponsored morning programs have provided excellent opportunities for integration with current affairs. Various issues in the news relating to education and to employment have afforded a fertile field for considering several articles from the Declaration. In particular, Articles 1, 2, 4, 16, 18, 19, 23, 26, and 27. For example, are there children in the United States who do not have as good an opportunity for education as we have? Is a problem that boys and girls can discuss. At one stage of a unit, westward to the Rockies, a contrast was made between education on the frontier and modern American education. The teacher capitalized on the situation to introduce Article 26 on our right to education and our responsibility to make the most of our opportunities. Through such procedures as those described, the 6th grade pupils have become aware of the meaning and importance of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. A 6th grade class in Cleveland, Ohio, learned about the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in connection with the study of United Nations. The children had received materials from the United Nations headquarters in New York. They were especially interested in the work of the United Nations as it affects the children of the world. One member of the class brought several dozen photographs from the company where her father was employed. These photographs showed how people were being helped by such organizations as the International Refugee Organization. They learned, too, of the ways in which the Commission on Human Rights is promoting respect for the observance of human rights and freedoms. Additional information was secured from daily papers, conversation with adults, and from the library. Parents reported on the discussions in their homes which had resulted from the children's interest in the unit. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights is being read, interpreted, and discussed by many upper-grade elementary pupils in the Chicago public schools. Increasing emphasis is being placed on the growth of good human relationships as the basis for an understanding of human rights. The Human Relations Committee of the Chicago schools, through its pilot programs, is attempting to encourage the development of new techniques and practices which will promote this learning through living. In Long Beach, California, a sixth grade class developed a script on the United Nations which was used in a broadcast over the school's FM radio station, KLOX. In this script, some of the basic principles of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights are stated in the simple language which children can understand. A teacher's handbook on the United Nations had been prepared primarily for the secondary schools. It has been used in the elementary schools wherever possible and suitable. Along with the other materials on United Nations, there are specific references to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Kinds of experiences provided. The experiences selected for a realistic study of human rights should provide opportunity for group attack on problems that are interesting to children, suited to their maturity level, and related to the immediate needs of their everyday living. Children need to learn to plan, work, play, and evaluate through cooperative techniques. They should learn to respect the rights of others. They should learn about their own rights. They need to learn always to assume their share of the responsibilities that come with group experiences and that accompany rights and freedom. Planning and having a breakfast at school, writing and producing a radio program, planning and producing a school newspaper, and planting a school garden are examples of some of the many experiences through which these things can be learned. Citizenship experiences in which pupils participate in school government offer excellent opportunities for experiencing human rights, relationships, and responsibilities. Both student councils and classroom organizations provide such experiences in many of our elementary schools. Certain areas of the social studies curriculum provide good opportunities for learning about human rights. Among these are family living, recreation, living in the school, community life, and people of other communities and other lands. The history of our country, from its early days to the present, gives the story of man's struggle for rights and freedoms in America, including the documents involved, such as the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, and the Emancipation Proclamation. Direct contact and experiences with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights may be had in intermediate and upper grades. The Declaration may be displayed in poster form where it is easily referred to. Simplified versions may be written for the younger children by upper grade or high school pupils. Where this is done, great care must be taken that the meaning not be changed. As has been pointed out, children may study those articles, such as the ones concerning freedom of opinion, freedom of speech, and the right to an education, which are understandable and useful in their problems of living which involve human relationships. Intermediate and upper grade children may learn about the work of the Commission on Human Rights of United Nations in drafting the Declaration, and the problems they encountered in finding the exact wording to which all members of the Commission would agree. For example, some of the women on the commission would not agree to the words all men. For, said they, we women in our country would be denied our rights. Children of all ages may participate in celebrating United Nations Human Rights Day on December 10, which was designated for such observance by the President of the United States. Frequently, children represent the various nations and dramatize some aspects of the work of the United Nations that is especially interesting to them, and that relates to human rights. Where can materials be secured? Listed are a number of sources from which reference materials on human rights may be secured. These materials include study guides, sets of posters, work kits, and pamphlets. For the study of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, copies of the document may be secured in poster or pamphlet form from United Nations headquarters, as indicated. End of How Children Learn About Human Rights by Wilhelmina Hill and Helen K. McIntosh.
Mixed Days of May and December by Richard Jefferies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mixed Days of May and December by Richard Jefferies. In a sheltered spot the cuckoo was first heard on April the 29th, but only for one day. Then, as the wind took up its accustomed northerly drift again, he was silent. The first chimney swallows, 4, appeared on April the 25th, and were quickly followed by a number. They might be said to be about 3 weeks behind time, and the cuckoo a fortnight. The chiff-chaff uttered his clear yet rather sad notes on April the 26th. The same morning at 5 o'clock there had been a slight snow shower, but it was a sunny day. On May the 1st a stitchwort was in flower, a plant that marks the period distinctly. A swift appeared on May the 2nd. I should not consider this late. A whitethroat was catching insects in the garden on May the 6th. The cuckoo sang again on May the 8th. The same day a red admiral butterfly was seen, and the turtle dove heard cooing. Next day, the 9th, the cave swallow appeared, and also the bank martin. With the cooing of the turtle dove, the spring migrants are generally complete. A warm summer bird, he is usually the last, and if the others had not been seen they are probably in the country somewhere. The chimney swallows had been absent 5 months all but 5 days, last seen November the 30th, so that reckoning the first and the last, they may be said to stay in England 7 months, much longer than one would think without taking the dates. Up till April the 20th the hedges seemed as bare as they were in January, a most dreary spectacle of barren branches, and the great elms gaunt against the sky. After that the hedges gradually filled with leaf, and were fully coloured when the turtle dove began to sing, but still the elms were only just budding, and but faintly tinted with green. Chaucer was right in singing of the flowers of May, notwithstanding the northern winds and early frosts and December-like character of our Mays. That the cycle of weather was warmer in his time is probably true, but still even now, under all the drawbacks of a late and wintry season, his description is perfectly accurate. If any one had gone round the fields on old May Day, the 13th, his May Day, they might have found the deep blue bird's eye veronica, anemones, star-like stitchworts, cowslips, buttercups, lesser celandine, daisies, white blackthorn, and gorse in bloom. In short, a list enough to make a page bright with colour, though the wind might be bitter. In the coldest and most exposed place I ever lived in, and with the spring as cold as this, The May garlands included orchids, and the meadows were perfectly golden with marsh marigolds. For some reason or other, the flowers seem to come as near as they can to their time, let the weather be as hard as it may. They are more regular than the migrant birds, and much more so than the trees. The elm, oak, and ash appear to wait a great deal on the sun and the atmosphere, and their boughs give much better indications of what the weather has really been than birds and flowers. The migrant birds try their hardest to keep time, and some of them arrive a week or more before they are noticed. Elm, oak, and ash are the surest indicators. The horse chestnut is very apt to put forth its broad, succulent leaves too soon. The sycamore, too, is an early tree in spite of everything. It has been said that of late years we have not had any settled, soft, warm weather till after midsummer. There has been a steady continual cold draught from the northward till the sun reached the solstice, so that the summers, in fact, have not commenced till the end of June. There is a good deal of general truth in this observation. Certainly we seem to have lost our springs. I do not think I have heard it thunder this year up to the time of writing. The absence of electrical disturbance shows a peculiar state of atmosphere unfavourable to growth, so that the corn will not hide a partridge, and in some places hardly a sparrow. Where did the painters get their green leaves from this year in time for the galleries? Not from the trees, for they had none. A flock of rooks was waddling about in a thinly grown field of corn which scarcely hid their feet, and a number of swallows, flying very low, scarcely higher than the rooks' breasts, wound in and out among them. The day was cloudy and cold, and probably the insects had settled on the ground. The rooks' feet stirred them up, and as they rose they were taken by the swallows. All over the field there were no other swallows, nor in the adjacent fields, only in that one spot where the rooks were feeding. On another occasion, swallows flying low over a closely cropped grass field alighted on the sward to try and catch their prey. There seems a scarcity of some kinds of insect life, due doubtless to the wind. Out of a dozen butterfly chrysalids collected, 6 were worthless. They were stiff, and when open were stuffed full of small white larvae, which had eaten away the coming butterfly in its shell. They were the offspring of a parasite insect, which thus provided for the sustenance of its young by eating up other young, after the cruel way of nature. Why does one robin carefully choose a thatched cave for its nest, out of reach except by a ladder, and safe from all beasts of prey, and another place its nest on a low grassy bank, scarcely hidden by a plant of wild parsley, and easily taken by the smallest boy? At first it looks like a great difference in intelligence, but probably each bird acted as well as could be under the circumstances. Each robin has to fight for his locality, and he has to make the best of his territory. If he trespassed on another bird's premises he would be driven away. You must build your house where you happen to possess a plot of land. It is curious to see the male bird feeding the female, not only while on the nest, but when she comes away from it. The female perches on a branch and utters a little call, and the male brings her food. He was feeding her the other evening on the bare boughs of a fig tree, some distance from the nest. The warmth of the sun, although we could not feel it, must have penetrated into the earth some time since, for a slow worm came forth on a mound for the first time on April the 16th. He coiled up on the eastern side every morning for some hours, but was never seen in the afternoon. His short, thick body and unfinished tail, more like a punch or the neck of a stumpy bottle, was turned in a loop, the head nearly touching the tail, like a pair of sugar tongs. Coming out from the stitchwort and grasses, the spiders often ran over his shining dark brown surface, something the colour of glazed earthenware. A snake or an adder would have begun to move away the moment any one stopped to look at it, but the slow worm takes no notice, and hence it is often said to be blind. He seems to dislike any sharp noise and is rarely fully aware of your presence. Close by the mound, which stands in a corner of the garden, there is a great bunch of blue comfrey, to which the bees and humble-bees come in such numbers as to seem to justify the idea that these insects prefer blue. Or perhaps the blue flowers secrete sweeter honey. Every kind of wild bee as yet flying visits this plant, tiny bees barely a quarter of an inch long, others as big as 2 filberts, some a deep amber, some striped like wasps. A little of Chaucer's May has come, now and then a short hour or two of sunshine between the finger and thumb of the north wind. Most pleasant it is to see the eave swallow dive down from the roof and rush over the scarcely green garden, a household sign of summer. In the lane, if you gather them, the young leaves of the sycamore have a fragrant scent like a flower, and low down ferns are unrolling. On the low wall sits a yellowhammer, just brightly touched afresh with colour. Happy greenfinches go by, and it is curious to note how the instant they enter the hedge they are lost now under the leaves. So few days ago they would have been unconcealed. So near is it to summer that the first thrush begins to sing at 3 o'clock in the morning. End of Mixed Days of May and December by Richard Jefferies.
A Modest Proposal by Jonathan Swift. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Modest Proposal. For preventing the children of poor people in Ireland from being a burden on their parents or country, and for making them beneficial to the public, by Dr. Jonathan Swift, 1729. It is a melancholy object to those who walk through this great town, or travel in the country, when they see the streets, the roads and cabin doors crowded with beggars of the female sex, followed by 3, 4, or 6 children, all in rags, and importuning every passenger for an alms. These mothers, instead of being able to work for their honest livelihood, are forced to employ all their time in strolling to beg sustenance for their helpless infants who, as they grow up, either turn thieves for want of work, or leave their dear native country to fight for the Pretender in Spain, or sell themselves to the Barbados. I think it is agreed by all parties that this prodigious number of children in the arms, or on the backs, or at the heels of their mothers, and frequently of their fathers, is in the present deplorable state of the kingdom a very great additional grievance, and therefore whoever could find out a fair, cheap, and easy method of making these children sound and useful members of the commonwealth would deserve so well of the public as to have his statue set up for a preserver of the nation. But my intention is very far from being confined to provide only for the children of professed beggars. It is of a much greater extent, and shall take in the whole number of infants at a certain age, who are born of parents in effect as little able to support them as those who demand our charity in the streets. As to my own part, having turned my thoughts for many years upon this important subject, and maturely weighed the several schemes of our projectors, I have always found them grossly mistaken in their computation. It is true, a child just dropped from its dam may be supported by her milk for a solar year, with little other nourishment, at most not above the value of 2 shillings, which the mother may certainly get, or the value in scraps, by her lawful occupation of begging. And it is exactly at 1 year old that I propose to provide for them in such a manner as, instead of being a charge upon their parents, or the parish, or wanting food and raiment for the rest of their lives, they shall, on the contrary, contribute to the feeding, and partly to the clothing of many thousands. There is likewise another great advantage in my scheme, that it will prevent those voluntary abortions, and that horrid practice of women murdering their bastard children, alas, too frequent among us, sacrificing the poor innocent babes, I doubt, more to avoid the expense than the shame, which would move tears and pity in the most savage and inhuman breast. The number of souls in this kingdom being usually reckoned 1,500,000, Of these I calculate there may be about 200,000 couple whose wives are breeders, from which number I subtract 30,000 couple who are able to maintain their own children, although I apprehend there cannot be so many under the present distresses of the kingdom. But this being granted, there will remain 170,000 breeders. I again subtract 50,000 for those women who miscarry, or whose children die by accident or disease within the year. There only remain 120,000 children of poor parents annually born. The question therefore is, how is this number to be reared and provided for, which, as I have already said, under the present situation of affairs, is utterly impossible by all the methods hitherto proposed, for we can neither employ them in handicraft or agriculture. We neither build homes, I mean in the country, nor cultivate land. They can very seldom pick up a livelihood by stealing till they arrive at 6 years old, except where they are of towardly parts, although I confess they learn the rudiments much earlier, during which time they can however be properly looked upon only as probationers. As I have been informed by a principal gentleman in the county of Cavan, who protested to me that he never knew above 1 or 2 instances under the age of 6, even in a part of the kingdom so renowned for the quickest proficiency in that art. I am assured by our merchants that a boy or girl before 12 years old is no saleable commodity, and even when they come to this age they will not yield above 3 pounds, or 3 pounds and half a crown at most, on the exchange, which cannot turn to account either to the parents or the kingdom, the charge of nutriments and rags having been at least 4 times that value. I shall now therefore humbly propose my own thoughts, which I hope will not be liable to the least objection. I have been assured by a very knowing American of my acquaintance in London that a young healthy child well nursed is, at a year old, a most delicious, nourishing, and wholesome food, whether stewed, roasted, baked, or boiled, and I make no doubt that it will equally serve in a fricassee or a ragout. I do therefore humbly offer it to public consideration that of the 120,000 children already computed, 20,000 may be reserved for breed, whereof only 1/4 part to be males, which is more than we allow to sheep, black cattle, or swine, and my reason is, that these children are seldom the fruits of marriage, a circumstance not much regarded by our savages. Therefore 1 male will be sufficient to serve 4 females. That the remaining 100,000 may, at a year old, be offered and sold to the persons of quality and fortune through the kingdom, always advising the mother to let them suck plentifully in the last month, so as to render them plump and fat for a good table. A child will make 2 dishes at an entertainment for friends, and when the family dines alone, the fore or hind quarter will make a reasonable dish, and seasoned with a little pepper or salt, will be very good boiled on the 4th day, especially in winter. I have reckoned upon a medium that a child just born will weigh 12 pounds, and in a solar year, if tolerably nursed, increaseth to 28 pounds. I grant this food will be somewhat dear, and therefore very proper for landlords, who, as they have already devoured most of the parents, seem to have the best title to the children. Infant's flesh will be in season throughout the year, but more plentiful in March, and a little before and after, for we are told by a grave author, an eminent French physician, that fish being a prolific diet, there are more children born in Roman Catholic countries 9 months after Lent. The markets will be more glutted than usual, because the number of popish infants is at least 3 to 1 in this kingdom, and therefore it will have one other collateral advantage, by lessening the number of papists among us. I have already computed the charge of nursing a beggar's child, in which list I reckon all cottagers, laborers, and 4/5 of the farmers, to be about 2 shillings per annum, rags included, and I believe no gentleman would repine to give 10 shillings for the carcass of a good fat child, which, as I have said, will make 4 dishes of excellent nutritive meat, when he hath only some particular friend or his own family to dine with him. Thus the squire will learn to be a good landlord, and grow popular among his tenants. The mother will have 8 shillings neat profit, and be fit for work till she produces another child. Those who are more thrifty, as I must confess the times require, may flay the carcass, the skin of which, artificially dressed, will make admirable gloves for ladies, and summer boots for fine gentlemen. As to our city of Dublin, shambles may be appointed for this purpose, in the most convenient parts of it, and butchers we may be assured will not be wanting, although I rather recommend buying the children alive, and dressing them hot from the knife, as we do with roasting pigs. A very worthy person, a true lover of his country, and whose virtues I highly esteem, was lately pleased, in discoursing on this matter, to offer a refinement upon my scheme. He said, that many gentlemen of this kingdom, having of late destroyed their deer, he conceived that the want of venison might well be supplied by the bodies of young lads and maidens, not exceeding 14 years of age, nor under 12, so great a number of both sexes in every country being now ready to starve for want of work and service, and these to be disposed of by their parents if alive, or otherwise by their nearest relations. But with due deference to so excellent a friend, and so deserving a patriot, I cannot be altogether in his sentiments. For as to the males, my American acquaintance assured me from frequent experience that their flesh was generally tough and lean, like that of our schoolboys, by continual exercise, and their taste disagreeable, and to fatten them would not answer the charge. Then as to the females, it would, I think, with humble submission, be a loss to the public, because they soon would become breeders themselves. And besides, it is not improbable that some scrupulous people might be apt to censure such a practice, although indeed very unjustly, as a little bordering on cruelty, which, I confess, hath always been with me the strongest objection against any project, how well soever intended. But in order to justify my friend, he confessed that this expedient was put into his head by the famous Psalmanazar, a native of the island of Formosa, who came from thence to London above 20 years ago, and in conversation told my friend that in his country, when any young person happened to be put to death, the executioner sold the carcass to persons of quality as a prime dainty, and that, in his time, the body of a plump girl of 15, who was crucified for an attempt to poison the emperor, was sold to his Imperial Majesty's Prime Minister of State and other great mandarins of the court in joints from the gibbet at 400 crowns. Neither indeed can I deny that if the same use were made of several plump young girls in this town, who without one single groat to their fortunes cannot stir abroad without a chair, and appear at a playhouse and assemblies in foreign fineries which they never will pay for, the kingdom would not be the worse. Some persons of a desponding spirit are in great concern about the vast number of poor people who are aged, diseased, or maimed, and I have been desired to employ my thoughts what course may be taken to ease the nation of so grievous an encumbrance. But I am not in the least pain upon that matter, because it is very well known that they are every day dying and rotting by cold and famine and filth and vermin as fast as can be reasonably expected. And as to the young laborers, they are now in almost as hopeful a condition. They cannot get work, and consequently pine away from want of nourishment to a degree that if at any time they are accidentally hired to common labor, they have not the strength to perform it, and thus the country and themselves are happily delivered from the evils to come. I have too long digressed, and therefore shall return to my subject. I think the advantages by the proposal which I have made are obvious and many, as well as of the highest importance. For first, as I have already observed, it would greatly lessen the number of Papists, with whom we are yearly overrun, being the principal breeders of the nation, as well as our most dangerous enemies, and who stay at home on purpose with a design to deliver the kingdom to the Pretender, hoping to take their advantage by the absence of so many good Protestants, who have chosen rather to leave their country than to stay at home and pay tithes against their conscience to an episcopal curate. Secondly, the poorer tenants will have something valuable of their own, which by law may be liable to a distress, and help to pay their landlord's rent, their corn and cattle being already seized, and money a thing unknown. Thirdly, whereas the maintenance of 100,000 children from 2 years old and upwards cannot be computed at less than 10 shillings apiece per annum, the nation stock will be thereby increased 50,000 pounds per annum, besides the profit of a new dish, introduced to the tables of all gentlemen of fortune in the kingdom, who have any refinement and taste. And the money will circulate among ourselves, the goods being entirely of our own growth and manufacture. Fourthly, the constant breeders, besides the gain of 8 shillings sterling per annum by the sale of their children, will be rid of the charge of maintaining them after the first year. Fifthly, this food would likewise bring great custom to taverns, where the vintners will certainly be so prudent as to procure the best receipts for dressing it to perfection, and consequently have their houses frequented by all the fine gentlemen, who justly value themselves upon their knowledge in good eating, and a skilful cook, who understands how to oblige his guests, will contrive to make it as expensive as they please. Sixthly, this would be a great inducement to marriage, which all wise nations have either encouraged by rewards or enforced by laws and penalties. It would increase the care and tenderness of mothers toward their children, when they were sure of a settlement for life to the poor babes, provided in some sort by the public, to their annual profit instead of expense. We should soon see an honest emulation among the married women, which of them could bring the fattest child to the market. Men would become as fond of their wives during the time of their pregnancy as they are now of their mares and foal, their cows and calf, or sows when they are ready to farrow, nor offer to beat or kick them, as is too frequent a practice, for fear of miscarriage. Many other advantages might be enumerated. For instance, the addition of some 1,000 carcasses in our exportation of barreled beef, the propagation of swine's flesh, and the improvement in the art of making good bacon, so much wanted among us by the great destruction of pigs, too frequent at our tables, which are no way comparable in taste or magnificence to a well-grown fat yearly child, which roasted whole will make a considerable figure at a Lord Mayor's feast, or at any other public entertainment. But this, and many others, I omit, being studious of brevity. Supposing that 1,000 families in the city would be constant customers for infants' flesh, besides others who might have it at merry meetings, particularly at weddings and christenings, I compute that Dublin would take off annually about 20,000 carcasses, and the rest of the kingdom, where probably they will be sold somewhat cheaper, the remaining 80,000. I can think of no one objection that will possibly be raised against this proposal, unless it should be urged that the number of people will be thereby much lessened in the kingdom. This I freely own, and 'twas indeed one principal design in offering it to the world. I desire the reader will observe that I calculate my remedy for this one individual kingdom of Ireland, and for no other that ever was, is, or, I think, ever can be upon earth. Therefore, let no man talk to me of other expedients, of taxing our absentees at 5 shillings a pound, of using neither clothes nor household furniture, except what is of our own growth and manufacture, of utterly rejecting the materials and instruments that promote foreign luxury, of curing the expensiveness of pride, vanity, idleness, and gaming in our women, of introducing a vein of parsimony, prudence, and temperance, of learning to love our country, wherein we differ even from Laplanders, and the inhabitants of Topinambu, of quitting our animosities and factions, nor acting any longer like the Jews, who were murdering one another at the very moment their city was taken, of being a little less cautious not to sell our country and consciences for nothing, of teaching landlords to have at least one degree of mercy toward their tenants. Lastly, of putting a spirit of honesty, industry, and skill into our shopkeepers, who, if a resolution could now be taken to buy only our native goods, would immediately unite to cheat and exact upon us in the price, the measure, and the goodness, nor could ever yet be brought to make one fair proposal of just dealing, though often and earnestly invited to it. Therefore, I repeat, let no man talk to me of these and the like expedients, till he hath at least some glimpse of hope that there will ever be some hearty and sincere attempt to put them into practice. But, as to myself, having been wearied out for many years with offering vain, idle, visionary thoughts, and at length utterly despairing of success, I fortunately fell upon this proposal, which, as it is wholly new, so it hath something solid and real, of no expense and little trouble, full in our own power, and whereby we can incur no danger in disobliging England. For this kind of commodity will not bear exportation, and flesh being of too tender a consistence to admit a long continuance in salt, although perhaps I could name a country which would be glad to eat up our whole nation without it. After all, I am not so violently bent upon my own opinion as to reject any offer proposed by wise men, which shall be found equally innocent, cheap, easy, and effectual. But before something of that kind shall be advanced in contradiction to my scheme, and offering a better, I desire the author or authors will be pleased maturely to consider 2 points. First, as things now stand, how will they be able to find food and raiment for 100,000 useless mouths and backs? And secondly, there being a round million of creatures in human figure throughout this kingdom, whose whole subsistence put into a common stock would leave them in debt 2,000,000 of pounds sterling, adding those who are beggars by profession, to the bulk of farmers, cottagers, and laborers, with their wives and children, who are beggars in effect. I desire those politicians who dislike my overture, and may perhaps be so bold to attempt an answer, that they will first ask the parents of these mortals, whether they would not at this day think it a great happiness to have been sold for food at a year old, in the manner I prescribe, and thereby have avoided such a perpetual scene of misfortunes as they have since gone through, by the oppression of landlords, the impossibility of paying rent without money or trade, the want of common sustenance, with neither house nor clothes to cover them from the inclemencies of the weather, and the most inevitable prospect of entailing the like or greater miseries upon their breed forever. I profess, in the sincerity of my heart, that I have not the least personal interest in endeavoring to promote this necessary work, having no other motive than the public good of my country, by advancing our trade, providing for infants, relieving the poor, and giving some pleasure to the rich. I have no children, by which I can propose to get a single penny, the youngest being 9 years old, and my wife past childbearing. End of a modest proposal by Jonathan Swift, read by Mr. Firkin.
The National Flag by Henry Ward Beecher. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Moseley. The National Flag by Henry Ward Beecher. Address delivered to 2 companies of the Brooklyn 14th, many of them members of Plymouth Church. The church on that day contributed $3,000 to aid in the equipment of this regiment. Thou hast given a banner to them that fear thee, that it may be displayed because of the truth. Psalm 60, verse 4. From the earliest periods, nations seem to have gone forth to war under some banner. Sometimes it has been merely the pennon of a leader, and was only a rallying signal. So, doubtless, the habit began of carrying banners to direct men in the confusion of conflict, that the leader might gather his followers around him when he himself was liable to be lost out of their sight. Later in the history of nations, the banner acquired other uses and peculiar significance from the parties, the orders, the houses, or governments that adopted it. At length, as consolidated governments drank up into themselves all these lesser independent authorities, banners became significant chiefly of national authority. And thus in our day every people has its peculiar flag. There is no civilized nation without its banner. A thoughtful mind, when it sees a nation's flag, sees not the flag but the nation itself, and whatever may be its symbols, its insignia, he reads chiefly in the flag the government, the principles, the truths, the history that belong to the nation that sets it forth. When the French tricolor rolls out to the wind, we see France. When the new-found Italian flag is unfurled, we see resurrected Italy. When the other 3-colored Hungarian flag shall be lifted to the wind, we shall see in it the long buried but never dead principles of Hungarian liberty. when the united crosses of St. Andrew and St. George on a fiery ground set forth the banner of old England, we see not the cloth merely. There rises up before the mind the idea of that great monarchy. This nation has a banner too, and until recently wherever it streamed abroad men saw daybreak bursting on their eyes. For until lately the American flag has been a symbol of liberty, and men rejoiced in it. Not another flag on the globe had such an errand, or went forth upon the sea carrying everywhere the world around such hope to the captive and such glorious tidings. The stars upon it were to the pining nations like the bright morning stars of God, and the stripes upon it were beams of morning light. As at early dawn the stars shine forth even while it grows light, and then as the sun advances that light breaks into banks and streaming lines of color, the glowing red and intense white striving together and ribbing the horizon with bars effulgent, so on the American flag stars and beams of many-colored light shine out together. And wherever this flag comes, and men behold it, they see in its sacred emblazonry no ramping lion and no fierce eagle, no embattled castles or insignia of imperial authority. They see the symbols of light. It is the banner of dawn. It means liberty, and the galley slave, the poor, oppressed conscript, the trodden down creature of foreign despotism, sees in the American flag that very promise and prediction of God. The people which sat in darkness saw a great light, and to them which sat in the region and shadow of death, light is sprung up. Is this a mere fancy? On the 4th of July, 1776, the Declaration of American Independence was confirmed and promulgated. Already for more than a year the colonies had been at war with the mother country, but until this time there had been no American flag. The flag of the mother country covered us as during all our colonial period, and each state that chose had a separate and significant state banner. In 1777, within a few days of 1 year after the Declaration of Independence, and 2 years and more after the war began, upon the 14th of June, the Congress of the Colonies, or the Confederated States, assembled, and ordained this glorious national flag which now we hold and defend, and advanced it full high before God and all men as the flag of liberty. It was no holiday flag, gorgeously emblazoned for gaiety or vanity. It was a solemn national signal. When that banner first unrolled to the sun, it was the symbol of all those holy truths and purposes which brought together the colonial American Congress. Consider the men who devised and set forth this banner. The Rutledges, the Pinckneys, the Jays, the Franklins, the Hamiltons, the Jeffersons, the Adamses. These men were all either officially connected with it or consulted concerning it. They were men that had taken their lives in their hands and consecrated all their worldly possessions. For what? For the doctrines and for the personal fact of liberty, for the right of all men to liberty. They had just given forth to the world a declaration of facts and faiths, out of which sprung the Constitution, and on which they now planted this new devised flag of our Union. If one then asks me the meaning of our flag, I say to him, it means just what Concord and Lexington meant, what Bunker Hill meant. It means the whole glorious Revolutionary War, which was, in short, the rising up of a valiant young people against an old tyranny, to establish the most momentous doctrine that the world had ever known, or has since known, the right of men to their own selves and to their liberties. In solemn conclave our fathers had issued to the world that glorious manifesto, the Declaration of Independence. A little later, that the fundamental principles of liberty might have the best organization, they gave to this land our imperishable Constitution. Our flag means, then, all that our fathers meant in the Revolutionary War. It means all that the Declaration of Independence meant. It means all that the Constitution of our people, organizing for justice, for liberty, and for happiness, meant. Our flag carries American ideas, American history, and American feelings, beginning with the colonies and coming down to our time. In its sacred heraldry, in its glorious insignia, it has gathered and stored chiefly this supreme idea: divine right of liberty in man. Every color means liberty. Every thread means liberty. Every form of star and beam or stripe of light means liberty, not lawlessness, not license, but organized institutional liberty. Liberty through law, and laws for liberty. This American flag was the safeguard of liberty. Not an atom of crown was allowed to go into its insignia. Not a symbol of authority in the ruler was permitted to go into it. It was an ordinance of liberty by the people, for the people. That it meant. That it means, and by the blessing of God, that it shall mean to the end of time. For God Almighty be thanked, that when base and degenerate Southern men desired to set up a nefarious oppression, at war with every legend and every instinct of old American history, they could not do it under our bright flag. Its stars smote them with light like arrows shot from the bow of God. They must have another flag for such work, and they forged an infamous flag to do an infamous work, and God be blessed, left our bright and starry banner untainted and untouched by disfigurement and disgrace. I thank them that they took another flag to do the devil's work, and left our flag to do the work of God. So may it ever be, that men that would forge oppression shall be obliged to do it under some other banner than the stars and the stripes. If ever the sentiment of our text, then, was fulfilled, it has been in our glorious American banner. Thou hast given a banner to them that fear thee. Our fathers were God-fearing men. Into their hands God committed this banner, and they have handed it down to us. And I thank God that it is still in the hands of men that fear him and love righteousness. Thou hast given a banner to them that fear thee, that it may be displayed. And displayed it shall be, advanced full against the morning light, and born with the growing and the glowing day. It shall take the last ruddy beams of the night, and from the Atlantic wave clear across with eagle flight to the Pacific. That banner shall float, meaning all the liberty which it has ever meant. From the north, where snows and mountain ice stand solitary, clear to the glowing tropics and the Gulf. That banner that has hitherto waved shall wave and wave forever. Every star, every band, every thread and fold significant of liberty. The speaker paused to check the too demonstrative enthusiasm of the audience, and continued. I do not doubt your patriotism. I know it is hard for men that are full of feeling not to give expression to it. Yet excuse me if I request you to refrain from demonstrations of applause while I am speaking. It is not because I think Sunday too good a day, nor the church too holy a place for patriotic Christian men to express their feelings at such a time as this, and in behalf of such sentiments, but because by too frequent repetition applause becomes stale and common, that I make this request. Besides, outward expression is not our way. We are rather of a silent stock. We let our feelings work inwardly, so that they may have deeper channels and fuller floods. Thou hast given a banner to them that fear thee, that it may be displayed because of the truth. Because of that very truth we will display it, not in mere national pride, not in any wantonness of vanity, not merely because we have been reared to honor it, not because we have an hereditary reverence for it, but with a full intelligence of what it is and what it means, and because we love the truth that is written in lines of living light all over it, we will advance it and maintain it against all comers from earth and hell. The history of this banner is all on the side of rational liberty. Under it rode Washington and his armies. Washington much beloved and much abused by those that are his eulogists, who have described all that he was except his love of liberty, which has been forgotten. But Washington would be like a man without a heart if you left out of him that high, almost imperial, chivalric love of liberty for every human being. Under this banner rode he and his armies. Before it Burgoyne laid down his arms. It waved on the highlands at West Point. It floated over old Fort Montgomery, as over another Montgomery. At that time, Montgomery, Alabama, was the capital of the Southern Confederacy, afterwards removed to Richmond, Virginia. As over another Montgomery it shall float. When Arnold would have surrendered these valuable fortresses and precious legacies, his night was turned into day, and his treachery was driven away by the beams of light from this starry banner. It cheered our army, driven out from around New York, and in their painful pilgrimages through New Jersey, sacred state of New Jersey, small but comely and rich and imperishable in the drops of precious blood that have redeemed her sainted soil from barrenness. In New Jersey, more than in almost every other state, grows the trailing arbutus. Methinks it is sacred drops of pilgrim blood that come forth in beauteous flowers on this sandiest of soils, for this sweet blossom that lays its cheek on the very snow is the true pilgrim's Mayflower. This banner streamed in light over the soldiers' heads at Valley Forge and at Morristown. It crossed the waters rolling with ice at Trenton, and when its stars gleamed in the cold morning with victory, a new day of hope dawned on the despondency of this nation. when South Carolina, in the Revolutionary struggle, utterly forgot what she never well remembered, courage and personal liberty, and yielded herself, the only one, ignominious and infamous, of all the revolutionary band of states, that gave in an adhesion again to the British government. When she forgot courage and personal liberty, and yielded herself up, and made her peace, solitary and alone, with British generals, then it was this banner that led on the Virginia forces, who conquered both the British and Carolinian armies, and brought the state again into our Confederacy. Alas, that the head should become the tail! Alas, that old Virginia, that brought back the recreant South Carolina, should be tied to and be dragged about the rebel camp at the tail of that same South Carolina. And when at length the long years of war were drawing to a close, underneath the folds of this immortal banner sat Washington, while Yorktown surrendered its hosts, and our revolutionary struggle ended with victory. It waved thus over that whole historic period of struggle, and over that period in which sat that immortal convention that framed our Constitution. It cheered the hardy pioneers that then began to go forth and explore the western wilds in all their desperate strifes with savage Indians. It was to them a memorial and symbol of comfort. Our states grew up under it, and when our ships began to swarm upon the ocean to carry forth our commerce, and inspired by the genial flame of liberty to carry forth our ideas, and Great Britain arrogantly demanded the right to intrude her search warrants upon American decks, then up went the lightning flag, and every star meant liberty, and every stripe streamed defiance. The gallant fleet of Lake Erie, have you forgotten it? The thunders that echoed to either shore were overshadowed by this broad ensign of our American liberty. Those glorious men that went forth in the old ship Constitution carried this banner to battle and to victory. The old ship is alive yet. The new traitors of the South could not burn her, they did not sink her, and she has been hauled out of the reach of hostile hands and traitorous bands. Bless the name, bless the ship, bless her historic memory, and bless the old flag that waves over her yet. The Perrys, the Lawrences, the Biddies, the McDonoughs, the Porters, and a host of others whose names cannot die. Do you forget that they fought under this national banner and fought for liberty? How glorious then has been its origin! How glorious has been its history! How divine is its meaning! In all the world is there another banner that carries such hope, such grandeur of spirit, such soul-inspiring truth as our dear old American flag, made by liberty, made for liberty, nourished in its spirit, carried in its service, and never, not once in all the earth, made to stoop to despotism. Never, did I say? Alas, only to that worst despotism, Southern slavery, has it bowed. Remember, every one of you, that the slaveholders of the South alone of all the world have put their feet upon the American flag. And now this banner has been put on trial. It has been condemned. For what? Has it failed of duty? Has liberty lost color by it? Have moths of oppression eaten its folds? Has it refused to shine on free men and given its light to despots? No, it has been true, brave, loyal. It has become too much a banner of liberty for men who mean and plot despotism. Remember, citizen, remember, Christian soldier, the American flag has been fired upon by Americans and trodden down because it stood in the way of slavery. This is all that you have reaped for your long patience, for your many compromises, for your generous trust, and your Christian forbearance. You may now see through all the South just what kind of patriotism slavery breeds. East of the mountains, I suppose you might travel through all Washington State and not see one star nor one stripe. Thank God, Washington is dead and has not lived to see the infamy and the disgrace that have fallen upon that recreant state. In all North Carolina, I fear you shall find not one American flag. In Florida, you shall not find one. In Georgia, I know not, except in the mountain fastnesses, if there be one. With a like exception, there is not one in Alabama. Neither is there one in repudiating Mississippi, nor in Louisiana, nor in Texas, ungrateful, nor in Arkansas. In all this waste and wilderness of states, this banner has gone down, and a miserable counterfeit, a poor forgery, has been run up upon the recreant pole, to stand in the stead of the glorious old revolutionary historic American flag. And how is it in the great middle brood of states? As a star is obscured for an instant by a passing cloud, and then shines forth again, so in Maryland the flag and its stars were hid for a day, but they now flame out again. Maryland is safe. All honor to Delaware. She has never flinched. In Kentucky and Tennessee and Missouri, the banner is at half mast, uncertain whether it will go up or down. And of all these states I can say, with all my heart and soul, in the language of the Apocalypse, I would thou wert cold or hot. So then, because thou art lukewarm, and neither cold nor hot, I will spew thee out of my mouth. God hates lukewarm patriotism as much as lukewarm religion, and we hate it too. We do not believe in hermaphrodite patriots. We want men to be men from the crown of their head to the sole of their foot, and to say no to oppression and yes to liberty, and to say both as if thunder spoke. But this is not the worst, that this banner should have been lowered by the hands of recreants. It was upon these streaming bars and upon these bright stars that every one of that immense concentric range of guns was aimed when Sumter was lifted up in the midst, almost like another witnessing Calvary, and that flag, which Russia could not daunt, nor France intimidate, nor England conquer, has gone down beneath the fire of treacherous states within our own Union. And do you know that when it was fallen in the streets of a Southern city, it was trailed, hooted at, pierced with swords? Men that have sat in the Senate of the United States ran out to trample upon it, It was fired on and slashed by the mob. It was dragged through the mud. It was hissed at and spit upon, and so it was carried through Southern cities. That our flag, which has found on the ocean, in the Indian Islands, in Sumatra, in Japan, in China, and in all the world, no enemies, either barbarian or civilized, that dared to touch it with foul aspersion, that this flag should in our own nation and by our own people be spit upon and trampled under foot, is more than the heart of man can bear. And what was its crime? If it had forgotten its origin, if it had gone over to oppression, if it had set these stars like so many blazing jewels in the tiara of imperial despotism, I should not have wondered at its going down. If it had been recreant to its trust of ideas of liberty, I should have expected to see it go down. But it has not failed to defend liberty. Have there been quartered on its armorial bearings any bastard symbols significant of oppression? None. It is guilty of nothing but of too much liberty. Its stars have too much promise in them for those that are born slaves, and its stripes stream too bright a light to those that sit in darkness. That is the crime of our national banner. And now God speaks by the voice of his providence, saying, lift again that banner, advance it full and high. To your hand and to yours, God and your country commit that imperishable trust. You go forth self-called, or rather called by the trust of your countrymen and by the Spirit of your God, to take that trailing banner out of the dust and out of the mire, and lift it again where God's rains can cleanse it, where God's free air can cause it to unfold and stream as it has always floated before the wind. God bless the men that go forth to save from disgrace the American flag. Accept it, then, in all its fullness of meaning. It is not a painted rag. It is a whole national history. It is the Constitution. It is the government. It is the free people that stand in the government on the Constitution. Forget not what it means, and for the sake of its ideas, rather than its mere emblazonry, be true to your country's flag. By your hands, lift it, but let your lifting it be no holiday display. It must be advanced because of the truth. That flag must go to the capital of this nation, and it must go not hidden, not secreted, not in a case or covering, but advanced full high, displayed bright as the sun, clear as the moon, terrible as an army with banners. For a single week that disgraceful crook, that shameful circuit, may be needful, but the way from New England, the way from New York, the way from New Jersey and Pennsylvania to Washington lies right through Baltimore, and that is the way the flag must and shall go. The route through Baltimore was closed, and for weeks Washington was reached through Annapolis. But that flag borne by 10,000 and thrice 10,000 hands, from Connecticut, from Massachusetts, God bless the state and all her men, from shipbuilding Maine, from old Granite, New Hampshire, from the Vermont of Bennington and Green Mountain Boy patriotism, From Rhode Island, not behind any in zeal and patriotism. From New York, from Ohio, from Pennsylvania and New Jersey and Delaware and the other loyal states, that flag must be carried bearing every one of its insignia to the sound of the drum and the fife into our national capital, until Washington shall seem to be a forest in which every tree supports the American banner. And it must not stop there. The country does not belong to us from the lakes only to Washington, but from the lakes to the Gulf of Mexico. The flag must go on. The land of Washington shall see Washington's flag again. The land that sits in darkness, and in which the people see no light, shall yet see light dawn, and liberty flash from the old American banner. It must see Charleston again, and float again over every fort in Charleston harbor. It must go further, to the Alligator State, and stand there again, and sweeping up through all plantations, and over all fields of sugar and rice and tobacco and every other thing, it must be found in every state till you touch the Mississippi, and bathing in its waters it must go across and fill Texas with its sacred light. Nor must it stop when it floats over every one of the states. That flag must stand, bearing its whole historic spirit and original meaning in every territory of this nation. Have you not had enough mischief of slavery? Do you not see what men it breeds? It hatches cockatrices' eggs. Slavery breeds traitors in the masters and miserable slaves in the subjects. Slavery is the abominable poison that has circulated in the body politic and corrupted this whole nation almost past healing. Blessed be God, there is a medicine found. Now, having had experience, and having seen what slavery does to the slave, and what it does to the slave is the least part of the evil, the slave is to be envied in the comparison. I would to God that the white man were half as little hurt by slavery, seeing how it blights the heart's core, how it corrupts the most sacred sentiments, how it brings down natures born for better things to the degradation of despotism. Having seen these things, can you, I ask every man that has conscience, or reason, or hope, or fear, or love in his soul, can you meet God Almighty's judgment, or the inquiring eye of God, if while you live you permit that evil to roll unchecked 3,000 miles to the Pacific Ocean? Let then this banner go again into every recreant state, and float over every inch of territory, saying, Defiance to slavery! All hail to liberty! Nor is it enough that that banner shall stand and merely reassert its authority. It is time now that that banner shall do as much for each man in our own country as it will in every other land on the globe. If I go to Constantinople, and a mob threatens me, that banner shines like lightning out of heaven, and I am safe. If I go to Jerusalem, or among the Bedouin Arabs, I have but to show that symbol, and I am safe. If I go to Africa, and skirt its coasts among the natives, and exhibit the colors of my country, I am safe. I can go around the globe under the protection of this flag. But it is denied me to go to Washington. I cannot go from my door to the capital of this nation, because the American flag does not defend Americans on their own soil. I cannot go to Virginia, nor North Carolina, nor South Carolina, nor Florida, nor Georgia, nor Alabama, nor Mississippi, nor Louisiana, nor Texas, nor Arkansas, nor to most of Kentucky and of Tennessee. We have not had a government for 50 years that dared to do a thing that slavery did not wish to have done. I suppose that within the last 20 years uncounted multitudes of men have been mulcted in property, mobbed, hung, murdered, for whose wrongs and blood no government has ever made any inquisition. It is permitted to this hour to one man to maltreat, to murder, to rob, to strip, to destroy another man. In Nashville, in Memphis, in New Orleans, in Mobile, in Charleston, and even in Richmond, close up under the eye of government. There has never been an hour for the last 25 years when government would lift a voice or stretch out a hand to protect Northern men against the outrages committed upon them by men at the South. Now I demand that, when the American flag is next unfurled in South Carolina, it shall protect me there as it protects a South Carolinian in New York. I demand that it shall protect me in Mobile as it protects a Mobilian here. I demand that this shall be a common country, and that all men shall enjoy the imperishable rights which the Constitution guarantees to every American citizen. I demand that there shall be such a victory of this flag as shall make the whole and undivided land the common possession of all and every one of its citizens. If any man asks me whether I will consent to a compromise, I reply, yes, I love compromises. They are dear to me if I may make them. Give me a compromise that shall bring peace. Let me say, hang the ringleading traitors, suppress their armies, give peace to their fields, lift up the banner and make a highway in which every true American citizen, minding his own business, can walk unmolested, free the territories, and keep them free. That is our compromise. Give to us the doctrine of the fathers. Renew the Declaration of Independence. Refill the Constitution with the original blood of liberty. Destroy traitors and treason. Make the doctrine of secession a byword and a hissing. Make laws equal. Let that justice for which they were ordained be the same in Maine or Carolina, to the rich and to the poor, the bond and the free. And thus we will compromise. But as long as compromise means yokes upon us and license to them, silence for liberty and open-mouthed freedom to despotism, so long compromise is a devil's juggle. No man that is a free man and a Christian should be caught in any such snare as that. I ask for nothing except that which the fathers meant. I ask for the fulfillment of Washington's prayer. I ask for the carrying out of the designs of those sacred men that sat in conclave at Independence Hall in Philadelphia and framed our immortal Constitution. I ask for liberty in New York, in Carolina, in Alabama, in every state and in every territory. I ask for it throughout the whole land. I ask no northern advantage. It is a mere geographical accident that liberty is in the north, It is not because it is the North, but because the North is free, that I ask for the ascendancy of Northern principles. Ah, that Daniel Webster had lived to see what we do! That strong man whose faith failed him in a fatal hour of ambition. I will read from a speech of his better days, one of the noblest passages that ever issued from the uninspired pen of man. It is appropriate for this hour. Quote, "When my eyes shall be turned to behold for the last time the sun in heaven, may I not see him shining on the broken and dishonored fragments of a once glorious Union, on states dissevered, discordant, belligerent, on a land rent with civil feuds, or drenched, it may be, in fraternal blood. Let their last feeble and lingering glance rather behold the gorgeous ensign of the Republic, now known and honored throughout the earth, still full high advanced, its arms and trophies streaming in their original luster, not a stripe erased or polluted, nor a single star obscured, bearing for its motto no such miserable interrogatory as, 'What is all this worth?' nor those other words of delusion and folly, 'Liberty first and Union afterwards,' but everywhere spread all over in characters of living light, blazing on all its ample folds as they float over the sea and over the land, and in every wind under the whole heavens. That other sentiment, dear to every true American heart, liberty and union, now and forever, one and inseparable." End quote. God grant it. God grant it. You live in a civilized age. You go on a sacred mission. The prayers and sympathies of Christendom are with you. You go to open again the shut-up fountains of liberty, and to restore this disgraced banner to its honor. You go to serve your country in the cause of liberty. And if God brings you into conflict ere long with those misguided men of the South, when you see their miserable, new-vamped banner, remember what that flag means: treason, slavery, despotism. Then look up and see the bright stars and the glorious stripes over your own head, and read in them, "Liberty, liberty, liberty." And if you fall in that struggle, may some kind hand wrap around you the flag of your country, and may you die with its sacred touch upon you. It shall be sweet to go to rest lying in the folds of your country's banner, meaning, as it shall mean, liberty and union, now and forever. We will not forget you. You go forth from us not to be easily and lightly passed over. The waves shall not close over the places which you have held. But when you return, not as you go, many of you inexperienced and many of you unknown, you shall return from the conquests of liberty with a reputation and a character established forever to your children and your children's children. It shall be an honor. It shall be a legend. It shall be a historic truth. And your posterity shall say, "Our fathers stood up in the day of peril, and laid again the foundations of liberty that were shaken, and in their hands the banner of our country streamed forth like the morning star upon the night." God bless you. End of The National Flag, by Henry Ward Beecher. Recording by Bill Moseley, Frelsburg, Texas, USA.
Not to Counterfeit Being Sick, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There is an epigram in Martial, and one of the very good ones, for he has of all sorts, where he pleasantly tells the story of Caelius, who, to avoid making his court to some great men of Rome, to wait their rising, and to attend them abroad, pretended to have the gout, and the better to colour this, anointed his legs, and had them lapped up in a great many swathings, and perfectly counterfeited both the gesture and countenance of a gouty person, till in the end Fortune did him the kindness to make him one indeed. Quantum cura potest et ars doloris desid fingere Caelius podagram. How great is the power of counterfeiting pain! Caelius has ceased to feign the gout. He has got it. I think I have read somewhere in Appian a story like this, of one who sought to escape the proscriptions of the triumvirs of Rome, and the better to be concealed from the discovery of those who pursued him, having hidden himself in a disguise, would yet add this invention, to counterfeit having but one eye. But when he came to have a little more liberty, and went to take off the plaster he had a great while worn over his eye, he found he had totally lost the sight of it indeed, and that it was absolutely gone. 'Tis possible that the action of sight was dulled from having been so long without exercise, and that the optic power was wholly retired into the other eye. For we evidently perceive that the eye we keep shut sends some part of its virtue to its fellow, so that it will swell and grow bigger. And so inaction, with the heat of ligatures and plasters, might very well have brought some gouty humour upon the counterfeiter in Martial. Reading in Froissart the vow of a troop of young English gentlemen to keep their left eyes bound up till they had arrived in France, and performed some notable exploit upon us, I have often been tickled with this thought, that it might have befallen them as it did those others, and they might have returned with but an eye apiece to their mistresses, for whose sakes they had made this ridiculous vow. Mothers have reason to rebuke their children when they counterfeit having but one eye, squinting, lameness, or any other personal defect. For besides that their bodies, being then so tender, may be subject to take an ill bent, Fortune, I know not how, sometimes seems to delight in taking us at our word, and I have heard several examples related of people who have become really sick by only feigning to be so. I have always used, whether on horseback or on foot, to carry a stick in my hand, and even to affect doing it with an elegant air, Many have threatened that this fancy would one day be turned into necessity. If so, I should be the first of my family to have the gout. But let us a little lengthen this chapter, and add another anecdote concerning blindness. Pliny reports of one who, dreaming he was blind, found himself so indeed in the morning, without any preceding infirmity in his eyes. The force of imagination might assist in this case, as I have said elsewhere, and Pliny seems to be of the same opinion. But it is more likely that the motions which the body felt within, of which physicians, if they please, may find out the cause, taking away his sight, were the occasion of his dream. Let us add another story, not very improper for this subject, which Seneca relates in one of his epistles. You know, says he, writing to Lucilius, that Harpaste, my wife's fool, is thrown upon me as an hereditary charge, for I have naturally an aversion to those monsters. And if I have a mind to laugh at a fool, I need not seek him far, I can laugh at myself. This fool has suddenly lost her sight. I tell you a very strange but a very true thing. She is not sensible that she is blind, but eternally importunes her keeper to take her abroad, because she says the house is dark. That what we laugh at in her, I pray you to believe, happens to every one of us. No one knows himself to be avaricious or grasping. And again, the blind call for a guide, while we stray of our own accord. I am not ambitious, we say, but a man cannot live otherwise at Rome. I am not wasteful, but the city requires a great outlay. 'Tis not my fault if I am choleric, if I have not yet established any certain course of life. 'Tis the fault of youth. Let us not seek our disease out of ourselves. 'Tis in us, and planted in our bowels. And the mere fact that we do not perceive ourselves to be sick renders us more hard to be cured. If we do not betimes begin to see to ourselves, when shall we have provided for so many wounds and evils wherewith we abound? And yet we have a most sweet and charming medicine in philosophy. For of all the rest we are sensible of no pleasure till after the cure. This pleases and heals at once. This is what Seneca says, that has carried me from my subject. But there is advantage in the change. End of Not to Counterfeit Being Sick, by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. Read by Martin Geeson.
Of Studies by Francis Bacon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Studies serve for delight, for ornament, and for ability. Their chief use for delight is in privateness and retiring, for ornament is in discourse, and for ability is in the judgment and disposition of business. For expert men can execute, and perhaps judge of particulars one by one, but the general counsels, and the plots and marshalling of affairs, come best from those that are learned. To spend too much time in studies is sloth, to use them too much for ornament is affectation, to make judgment wholly by their rules is the humor of a scholar. They perfect nature, and are perfected by experience. For natural abilities are like natural plants, that need pruning by study, and studies themselves do give forth directions too much at large, except they be bounded in by experience. Crafty men contemn studies, simple men admire them, and wise men use them, for they teach not their own use, but that is a wisdom without them and above them, won by observation. Read not to contradict and confute, nor to believe and take for granted, nor to find talk and discourse, but to weigh and consider. Some books are to be tasted, others to be swallowed, and some few to be chewed and digested. That is, some books are to be read only in parts, others to be read, but not curiously, and some few to be read wholly and with diligence and attention. Some books also may be read by deputy and extracts made of them by others, but that would be only in the less important arguments and the meaner sort of books, else distilled books are like common distilled waters, flashy things. Reading maketh a full man, conference a ready man, and writing an exact man. And therefore, if a man write little, he had need have a great memory; if he confer little, he had need have a present wit; and if he read little, he had need have much cunning, to seem to know that he doth not. Histories make men wise, poets witty, the mathematics subtle, natural philosophy deep, moral grave, logic and rhetoric able to contend. Abeunt studia in mores. Nay, there is no stond or impediment in the wit but may be wrought out by fit studies, like as diseases of the body may have appropriate exercises. Bowling is good for the stone and reins, shooting for the lungs and breast, gentle walking for the stomach, riding for the head, and the like. So if a man's wit be wandering, let him study the mathematics, for in demonstrations, if his wit be called away never so little, he must begin again. If his wit be not apt to distinguish or to find differences, let him study the schoolmen, for they are simeni sectores. If he be not apt to beat over matters and to call up one thing to prove and illustrate another, let him study the lawyers' cases. So every defect of the mind may have a special receipt. End of Studies by Francis Bacon. Read by Mr. Frerking.
Religion and Money by George W. Foote. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Religion and Money by George W. Foote. Every religion is a getting religion. For though I myself get nothing, I am subordinate to those that do. So you may find a lawyer in the temple that gets little for the present, but he is fitting himself to be in time one of those great ones that do get. Selden's Table Talk. The divine stands wrapped up in his cloud of mysteries, and the amused laity must pay tithes and veneration to be kept in obscurity, grounding their hope of future knowledge on a competent stock of present ignorance. George Farquhar. Religion and priestcraft may not be the same thing in essence. That is a point on which we do not intend to dogmatize, and this is not the opportunity to argue it. But practically, religion and priestcraft are the same thing. They are inextricably bound up together, and they will suffer a common fate. In saying this, however, we must be understood to use the word religion in its ordinary sense, as synonymous with theology. Religion as non-supernatural, as the idealism of morality, the sovereign bond of collective society, is a matter with which we are not at present concerned. Priestcraft did not invent religion. To believe that it did is the error of an impulsive and uninformed skepticism. But priestcraft developed it, systematized it, enforced it, and perpetuated it. This could not be effected, however, except in alliance with the temporal power, and accordingly, in every country, savage, barbaric, or civilized, the priests and the privileged classes are found in harmony. They have occasional differences, but these are ultimately adjusted. Sometimes the priesthood overrules the temporal power, but more frequently the former gives way to the latter. Indeed, it is instructive to watch how the course of religion has been so largely determined by political influences. The development of Judaism was almost entirely controlled by the political vicissitudes of the Hebrews. The political power really decided the great controversy between Arianism and Athanasianism. Politics again, 1200 years later, settled the bounds of the Reformation, not only for the moment, but for subsequent centuries. Where the prince's sword was thrown into the scale, it determined the balance. England, for instance, was non-papal Catholic under Henry VIII, Protestant under Edward VI, papal Catholic under Mary, and Protestant again under Elizabeth, although every one of these changes, according to the clergy, was dictated by the Holy Ghost. Priests and the privileged classes must settle their differences in some way. Otherwise, the people would become too knowing and too independent. The cooperation of impostor and robber is necessary to the bamboozlement and exploitation of the masses. This cooperation, indeed, is the great secret of the permanence of religion, and its policy is twofold: education and the power of money. The value of education may be inferred from the frantic efforts of the clergy to build and maintain schools of their own, and to force their doctrines into the schools built and maintained by the state. In this respect there is nothing to choose between church and dissent. The reading of the Bible in board schools is a compromise between themselves, lest a worse thing should befall them both. If one section were strong enough to upset the compromise, it would do so. In fact, the Church party is now attempting this stroke of policy on the London School Board, with the avowed object of giving a church colour to the religious teachings of the children. The very same principle was at work in former days, when none but churchmen were admitted to the universities or public positions. It was a splendid means of maintaining the form of religion which was bound up with the monarchy and the aristocracy. Learning and influence were, as far as possible, kept on the side of the established faith, which thus became the master of the masters of the people. This is perfectly obvious to the student of history, and freethinkers should lay its lesson to heart. It is only by driving religion entirely out of education, from the humblest school to the proudest college, that we shall ever succeed in breaking the power of priestcraft and freeing the people from the bondage of superstition. We could write a volume on this theme, the power of education in maintaining religion, but we must be satisfied with the foregoing at present, and turn our attention to the power of money. It is a wise adage that money is the sinews of war. Fighting is very largely, often wholly, a question of resources. Troops may be ever so brave, generals ever so skillful, but they will be beaten unless they have good rifles and artillery, plenty of ammunition, and an ample commissariat. Now the same thing obtains in all warfare. It would be foolish, no less than base, to deny the inspiring efficacy of ideas, the electric force of enthusiasm. But however highly men may be energized, they cannot act without instruments, and money buys them, whether the instruments be rifles and artilleries, or schools, or churches, or any kind of organization. Given churches with great wealth, as well as control over public education, and it is easy to see that they will be able to perpetuate themselves. Endowments are specially valuable. They are rooted, so to speak, in the past, and hold firm. They bear golden fruit to be plucked by the skillful and adventurous. Besides, the very age of an endowed institution gives it a venerable aura, and its freedom from the full necessity of cadging lends it a certain respectability, like that of a man who lives on his means instead of earning his living. It is not an extravagant calculation that, in England alone, 20 millions a year are spent on religion. The figures fall glibly from the tongue, but just try to realize them. Think first of 1,000, then of 1,000,000, then of 20 times that. Take a single million and think what its expenditure might do in the shaping of public opinion. A practical friend of ours, a good radical and free thinker, said that he would undertake to create a majority for Home Rule in England with 1 million of money, and if he spent it judiciously we think he might succeed. Well, then, just imagine not 1 million, but 20 millions, spent every year in maintaining and propagating a certain religion. Is it not enough, and more than enough, to perpetuate a system which is firmly founded, to begin with, on the education of little children? Here lies the strength of Christianity. It is not true, it is not useful. Its teachings and pretensions are both seen through by tens of thousands, but the wealth supports it. Without money and without price is the fraudulent language of the pious prospectus. It would never last on those terms. The money keeps it up. Withdraw the money and the Black Army would disband, leaving the people free to work out their secular salvation, without the fear and trembling of a foolish faith. End of Religion and Money by George W. Foote.
St. Augustine by Frank R. Stockton. From Southern Stories Retold, from St. Nicholas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. The city of St. Augustine, on the eastern coast of Florida, stands in one respect preeminent among all the cities of the United States. It is truly an old city. It has many other claims to consideration, but these are shared with other cities. But in regard to age, it is the one member of its class. Compared with the cities of the Old World, St. Augustine would be called young. But in the United States, a city whose buildings and monuments connect the Middle Ages with the present time may be considered to have a good claim to be called ancient. After visiting some of our great towns, where the noise and bustle of traffic, the fire and din of manufactures, the long lines of buildings stretching out in every direction, with all the other evidences of active enterprise, proclaim these cities creations of the present day and hour, it is refreshing and restful to go down to quiet St. Augustine, where one may gaze into the dry moat of a fort of medieval architecture, walk over its drawbridges, pass under its portcullis, and go down into its dungeons, and where in soft semi-tropical air the visitor may wander through narrow streets resembling those of Spain and Italy, where the houses on each side lean over toward one another so that neighbors might almost shake hands from their upper windows, and are surrounded by orange groves and rose gardens which blossom all the year. St. Augustine was founded in 1565 by Pedro Menendez de Aviles, who was then governor of Florida. Here he built a wooden fort, which was afterward replaced by the massive edifice which still exists. St. Augustine needed defenses, for she passed through long periods of war, and many battles were fought for her possession. At first there were wars in Florida between the Spanish and the French, and when the town was just 21 years old, Sir Francis Drake captured the fort, carrying off £2,000 in money, and burned half the buildings in the town. Then the Indians frequently attacked the place and committed many atrocities, and half a century after Drake, the celebrated English buccaneer, Captain John Davis, captured and plundered the town. Much later, General Moore, governor of South Carolina, took the town and held it for 3 months, but was never able to take the fort. In 1740, General Oglethorpe, governor of Georgia, attacked St. Augustine, planting batteries on the island opposite and maintaining a siege for 40 days, but he was obliged to withdraw. 3 years later he made another attack, but succeeded no better. Even now one can see the dents and holes made in the fort by the cannon balls fired in these sieges. In 1819 Florida was ceded to our government, and St. Augustine became a city of the United States. Approaching St. Augustine from the sea, the town looks as if it might be a port on the Mediterranean coast. The light-colored walls of its houses and gardens, masses of rich green foliage cropping up everywhere in the town and about it, the stern old fortress to the north of it, and the white and glittering sands of the island which separates its harbor from the sea, make it very unlike the ordinary idea of an American town. In the center of the city is a large open square called the Plaza de la Constitucion, surrounded by beautiful live oaks and Pride of India trees, with their long hanging mosses and sweet-smelling blossoms. Most of the streets are narrow, without sidewalks, and from the high-walled gardens comes the smell of orange blossoms, while roses and other flowers bloom everywhere and all the time. At the southern end of the town stands the old convent of St. Francis, which is now used as barracks for United States soldiers. The old palace of the governor still stands, but now contains the post office and other public buildings. There was once a wall around the town, and one of the gates of this still remains. There is a tower on each side of the gateway, and the sentry boxes and loopholes through which the guards used to look out for Indians and other enemies are still there. Along the harbor edge of the town is a wall nearly a mile long, built at great expense by the United States government as a defense against the encroachments of the sea. This is called the sea wall, and its smooth top, 4 feet wide, is a favorite promenade. Walking northward on this wall, or on the street beside it, if you like that better, we reach a little outside of the town what I consider the most interesting feature of St. Augustine. This is the old fort of San Marco, which, since it came into the possession of our government, has been renamed Fort Marion. The old fort is not a ruin, but is one of the best preserved specimens of the style of fortification of the Middle Ages. We cross the moat and the drawbridge, and over the stone doorway we see the Spanish coat of arms, and under it an inscription stating that the fort was built during the reign of King Ferdinand VI of Spain, with the names and titles of the dons who superintended the work. It took 60 years to build the fort, and nearly all the work was done by Indians who were captured and made slaves for the purpose. Passing through the solemn entrance, we come to an open square surrounded by the buildings and walls of the fort, which, in all, cover about an acre of ground. On the right is an inclined plane which serves as a stairway to reach the ramparts where the cannon were placed. The terraplane, or wide, flat surface of the ramparts, makes a fine walk around the 4 sides of the fort, from which we can have views of land and sea. At each corner was a watchtower, 3 of which remain, and into these one can mount, and through the narrow slits of windows get a view of what is going on outside without being seen himself. At one end of the fort is the old Spanish chapel, and all around the square are the rooms that used to be occupied by the officers and the soldiers. Into the chapel the condemned prisoners used to be taken to hear their last mass before being marched up to the north rampart and shot. Down in the foundations of the fort are dungeons into which no ray of sunlight can enter. After the fort came into the possession of our government, a human skeleton was found in one of the dungeons, chained to a staple in the wall; and in another dungeon, without door or window, and completely walled up, there were discovered 2 iron cages, which had hung from the walls, each containing a human skeleton. The supports of one of the cages had rusted away, and it had fallen down, but the other was still in its place. A great many romantic stories were told about these skeletons, and by some persons it was supposed that they were the remains of certain heirs to the Spanish throne, whose existence it was desirable utterly to blot out. One of the skeletons was that of a woman or girl. The cages and skeletons have been removed, but we can go into the dungeons if we take a lantern. Anything darker or blacker than these underground cells cannot be imagined. I have seen dungeons in Europe, but none of them were so hopelessly awful as these. In another part of the fort is a cell in which Osceola, the celebrated Indian chief, was once imprisoned, in company with another chief named Wildcat. There is a little window near the top of the cell, protected by several iron bars, and it is said that Wildcat starved himself until he was thin enough to squeeze between two of the bars, having first mounted on the shoulders of Osceola in order to reach them. Whether the starving part of the story is true or not, it is certain that he escaped through the window. When I last visited San Marco, it was full of Indian prisoners who had been captured in the far West. Some of them were notorious for their cruelties and crimes, but in the fort they were all peaceable enough. It was one of these Indians, a big ugly fellow, who lighted me into the dungeon of the skeleton cages. This fort, which is in many respects like a great castle, is not built of ordinary stone, but of coquina, a substance found by the accumulation of seashells, which, in the course of ages, have united into a mass like solid rock. On Anastasia Island, opposite St. Augustine, there are great quarries from which the coquina stone is taken, and of this material nearly the whole town is built. It is interesting to visit one of these quarries, and observe how in the upper strata the shells are quite distinct, while the lower we look down the more and more solid and stone-like the masses become. The harbor of St. Augustine is a portion of the sea cut off by Anastasia Island. Southward the Matanzas River extends from the harbor, and in all these waters there is fine fishing. On the sea beaches there is good bathing, for the water is not too cold even in winter. St. Augustine is an attractive place at all seasons of the year, and its three superb hotels, the Ponce de Leon, the Alcazar, and the Cordova, are among the most celebrated in America. In winter people come down from the north, because its air is so warm and pleasant, and in summer people from the southern states visit it because its sea breezes are so cool and refreshing. It is a favorable resort for yachts. In its wide, smooth harbor may often be seen some of the most beautiful vessels of this class. St. Augustine is not only a delightful place in which to stay, but it is easy to reach from there some points which are of great interest to travelers. The great St. John's River is only 14 miles away, and is connected with the town by a little railroad. At Tocoi, the river terminus of the railroad, people who wish to penetrate into the heart of Florida, with its great forests and lakes and beautiful streams, can take a steamer and sail up the St. John's, which, by the way, flows northward some 200 miles. In some parts the river is 6 miles wide, resembling a lake, and in its narrow portions the shores are very beautiful. About 40 miles above Tocoi the Ocklawaha River runs into the St. John's, and there are few visitors to St. Augustine who do not desire to take a trip up the little river, which is in many respects the most romantic and beautiful stream in the world. At Tocoi we take a little steamboat which looks like a very narrow 2-story house mounted upon a little canal boat, and in this we go up the St. John's until we see on the right an opening in the tree-covered banks. This is the mouth of the Ocklawaha, and, entering it, we steam directly into the heart of one of the great forests of Florida. The stream is very narrow, and full of turns and bends. Indeed, its name, which is Indian, signifies crooked water, and sometimes the bow of the boat has even to be pushed around by men with long poles. Of course we go slowly, but no one objects to that, for we do not wish to hurry through such scenery as this. On each side we see green trees with their thick evergreen foliage, with vines and moss hanging from many of them, and the ground beneath covered with the luxuriant shrubbery which grows in these warm regions. Sometimes we can see through the trees into the distant recesses of the forest, and then again we are shut in by walls of foliage. Now and then we may see an alligator sunning himself on a log, and as our boat approaches he rolls over into the water and plumps out of sight. Water turkeys, whose bodies are concealed in the bushes, run out their long necks to look at us, presenting the appearances of snakes darting between the leaves, while curlews, herons, and many other birds are seen on the banks and flying across the river. In some places the stream widens, and in the shallower portions near the banks grow many kinds of lilies, beautiful reeds, and other water plants. For long distances there is no solid ground on either side of the river, the water penetrating far into the forest and forming swamps. Near the edge of the river we frequently see myriads of tree roots bent almost at right angles, giving the trees the appearance of standing on spider legs in the water. Sometimes the forest opens overhead, but nearly all the way we are covered by a roof of green, and at every turn appear new scenes of beauty and luxuriance. Occasionally the banks are moderately high, and we see long stretches of solid ground covered with verdure. There is one spot where two large trees stand, one on each bank, close to the water, and the distance between the two is so small that, as our boat glides through this natural gateway, there is scarcely a foot of room to spare on either side. Although the river is such a little one that we are apt to think all the time we are sailing on it that we must soon come to the end of its navigation, we go on more than 100 miles before we come to the place where we stop and turn back. The trip up the Ocklawaha requires all the hours of a day and a great part of a night, and this night trip is like a journey through fairyland. On the highest part of the boat is a great iron basket, into which, as soon as it becomes dark, are thrown quantities of pine knots. These are lighted in order that the pilot may see how to steer. The blazing of the resinous fuel lights up the forest for long distances in every direction, and, as may easily be imagined, the effect is wonderfully beautiful. When the fire blazes high the scene is like an illuminated lacework of tree trunks, vines, leaves, and twigs, the smallest tendril shining out bright and distinct, while through it all the river gleams like a band of glittering silver. Then, as the pine knots gradually burn out, the illumination fades and fades away until we think the whole glorious scene is about to melt into nothing, when more sticks are thrown on, the light blazes up again, and we have before us a new scene with different combinations of illuminated foliage and water. It often happens that during the night our little steamer crowds itself to one side of the river and stops. Then we may expect to see a splendid sight. Out of the dark depths of the forest comes a glowing, radiant apparition, small at first, but getting larger and larger until it moves down upon us like a tangle of moon and stars drifting through the trees. This is nothing but another little steamboat coming down the river with its lighted windows and decks, and its blazing basket of pine knots. There is just room enough for her to squeeze past us, and then her radiance gradually fades away in the darkness behind us. We travel thus, night and day, until we reach Silver Springs, which is the end of our journey. This is a small lake, so transparent that we can see down to the very bottom of it, and watch the turtles and fishes as they swim about. A silver coin, or any small object thrown into the water, may be distinctly seen lying on the white sand far beneath us. The land is high and dry about Silver Springs, and the passengers generally go on shore and stroll through the woods for an hour or two. Then we re-embark and return to St. Augustine as we came. It must not be supposed that St. Augustine contains nothing but buildings of the olden time. Although many parts of the town are the same as they were in the old Spanish days, and although we may even find the descendants of the Minorcans who were once its principal citizens, the city now contains many handsome modern dwellings and hotels, some of which are exceptionally large and grand. Hundreds of people from the north have come down to this city of orange-scented air, eternal verdure, and invigorating sea breezes, and have built handsome houses, and during the winter there is a great deal of bustle and life in the narrow streets, in the plaza, and on the sunny front of the town. Many of the shops are of a kind only to be found in semi-tropical towns by the sea, and have for sale bright-colored sea beans, ornaments made of fish scales of every variety of hue, corals, dried sea ferns, and ever so many curiosities of the kind. We may even buy, if we choose, some little black alligators, alive and brisk and about a foot long. As to fruit, we can get here the best oranges in the world, which come from the Indian River in the southern part of Florida, and many sorts of tropical fruits that are seldom brought to northern cities. If St. Augustine were like most American cities, and had been built by us or by our immediate ancestors, and presented an air of newness and progress and business prosperity, its delightful climate and its natural beauties would make it a most charming place to visit. But if we add to these attractions the fact that here alone we can see a bit of the old world without leaving our young republic, and that in 2 or 3 days from the newness and busy din of New York or Chicago, we may sit upon the ramparts of a medieval fort, and study the history of those olden days when the history of Spain, England, and France was also the history of this portion of our own land, we cannot fail to admit that this little town of coquina walls and evergreen foliage and traditions of old world antiquity occupies a position which is unique in the United States. End of St. Augustine by Frank R. Stockton. Self-Service Food Stores by Carl William Dittman, Robert W. Mueller, and Ralph E. Head, joint authors. Chapter 1, Why the Trend to Self-Service. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. Why the Trend to Self-Service, from Self-Service Food Stores by Carl William Dittman, Robert W. Mueller, and Ralph E. Head. A number of things have taken place over the years that are responsible for the rapid trend to self-service food retailing. Let us review them briefly so that we may better evaluate the importance of self-service food store operation and the necessity for it. Not only one trend, but several different trends have taken place all at the same time in food production and distribution. In some respects, these trends have been in conflict with one another, but in other respects they have all led to the same results. Sales through retail food stores have increased tremendously. The margin at which these foods sold has been constantly shrinking, at the same time that wage rates for store employees have been rising. This situation almost suggests a paradox, but it is not a paradox if we think through carefully and detect each of these trends and consider their impact, and finally the effect that self-service merchandising is having on food store selling. In colonial days, running a food store was a very simple affair. The grocer sold only a limited line of merchandise, consisting largely of dry groceries. There were very few perishable items and fresh goods sold then. People lived largely on farms, and they were able to raise a large part of the food they ate. They bought only a few staple groceries. The family money expenditure for food was exceedingly small. Most of the merchandise the colonial grocer sold was handled in bulk. Generally, the grocer required no help because his sales were so small that he could do all the work himself. If occasionally he required help, wage rates were very low. Yet his margins were high and averaged between 30% and 40% of sales, and sometimes more. In those days there was no need for a grocer to adopt labor-saving measures. He had plenty of time to stand around and weigh out bits of tea, pepper, and other groceries when customers bought them. The colonial grocer knew nothing about intensive competition, of declining margins, or of sales per employee. But if he had stopped to figure his sales per employee, they would have been exceedingly small, only around $2,000 to $3,000 a year. In the modern sense, it might be said that his operating expense was very high, but it did not matter much in those days. But in due course of time many things started to happen that have all had their effect on food store selling. Some of these things frequently confused grocers. Grocers then as now often complained about the new innovations. Slowly mass production made its way into food manufacturing. The machine production line made its appearance in food factories. The manufacturer was turning out an ever-increasing quantity of food products in much greater variety. Lines and brands began to multiply. More packaged items that saved labor for the grocer came onto the market. The machine age had come. In a different way, similar changes took place on the farm where so much of our food is produced. Agriculture also became mechanized. The unit of food production for each day of labor the farmer expended increased rapidly. The cost of some food products slowly declined as production in factories and on farms increased in terms of hours or units of labor. This enabled employers to pay higher wages but still keep the cost of products low enough so that consumers in turn could constantly increase their expenditures for food. The economist calls this period of mechanization the Industrial Revolution. But, you may ask, what does all this have to do with running a retail food store? Just this. In a sense, we are going through a similar evolution in food retailing. Just as the producer supplied more food in greater variety at relatively lower cost, just so must the retailer sell more food in greater variety at relatively lower margin, at the same time that he pays higher wage rates. Sounds impossible, doesn't it? But that is exactly what has come about over the years, and there is still more to come. We may not like this situation, but whether we like it or not, every food merchant is confronted by it. A food merchant, single-handed, can do nothing about it, so he had better recognize this trend and make whatever adjustments may be necessary to meet it. Like the manufacturer and farmer have done, the food retailer must mechanize his business insofar as he can. He must strive to get a higher output sales per hour of labor so that he can keep his margin low and possibly lower it, yet at the same time pay high or higher wages if he is to stay in business and make money for himself and his family. And now we come to the main point. Within limits, self-service food store operation makes all this possible. In fact, many food retailers have already made these adjustments. Many of us who have spent years in food merchandising may not be fully conscious of the changes that have already taken place. These changes may have come so slowly that we may have failed to grasp their full significance. We have already referred to the fact that the old colonial grocer who puttered through the day weighing out trifling bits of coffee and tea on a cumbersome scale had sales per employee of only $2,000 or $3,000 a year. Slowly, as more packaged groceries came onto the market, which saved store labor, and consumers bought more foods in greater varieties, and merchants slowly improved their methods, sales per employee kept climbing upward. This is simply another way of saying that the operating expense was coming down. By 1900, sales per employee in grocery stores had reached $4,000 to $5,000 a year. By 1925, they had reached between 8,000 and 10,000 per employee. But by the end of the Second World War, sales per employee in self-service markets had climbed to an average of over $20,000, and in a few outstanding markets to over $30,000 a year. Of course, some of this increase was due to changes in food prices. But, allowing for price variations, the tonnage sales per employee have been constantly rising. No single factor has contributed so much to the recent improvement in food store efficiency as self-service operation. Self-service stores have become so numerous and so successful that they now set the pattern of food distribution. There is some question whether many old-fashioned store operators can, in the long run, continue to remain prosperous unless they adopt the labor and expense-saving features of self-service in the period ahead. Nor has the technique of self-service food store operation reached the ultimate as yet. There is still much progress to be made. There are still many things to be learned about self-service and its application to different food products and departments. Self-service was first employed in the sale of packaged dry groceries. Many food store operators thought it would stop there. But it did not stop there. Self-service was extended to dairy products and household items. A few years ago, many food store operators never dreamed that self-service operation could possibly have any application to fresh goods like fruits, vegetables, and meats. But now self-service is being extended into those areas, and we shall see many far-reaching developments in the self-service merchandising of fresh fruits, fresh vegetables, fresh meats, delicatessen, and frozen foods, in fact, to every item and department in the food store. There may be limitations here and there, yet on the whole the application of self-service will expand tremendously, and we already have complete food markets in which every single item is sold self-service. So it behooves every food merchant, whatever the nature of his business, whether his store be large or small, whether in the country or the city, whether cash carry or charge delivery, to think through with an open mind and adopt all of those features of self-service operation that have an application to his business. Under most conditions, food retailers must adopt some, if not all, of the features of self-service store operation if they are to prosper in the competitive period ahead. Let us enumerate some of the reasons why self-service will be so important in the period ahead. First of all, the vast majority of women prefer to do their food buying in self-service stores. Innumerable surveys have been made that indicate that from 65% to 85% of all women prefer to do their shopping for foods in self-service stores. It is true that in communities where women have never seen self-service stores, there may be some resistance when self-service is first suggested, but that resistance soon passes when women once learn about the ease with which they can shop in self-service stores and the many benefits they derive. Invariably, they always buy more. Merchants must also take into consideration the large number of young housewives. The younger buyers associate economy and value with self-service, and the vast majority of them prefer to do their shopping in self-service stores, and in fact most of them willfully avoid the old-fashioned counter-service stores. This vast army of young housewives now setting up homes and raising families must not be overlooked by food merchants. Women prefer to buy their food in a pleasant, harmonious store in which the merchandise is well displayed. Preparing 3 meals a day, day in, day out, is a tedious task, and the fact that their meal planning can be so easily done in self-service stores is what they like. Self-service stores permit them to walk up and down the aisles, examine products, labels, and values, and make their selections with ease and greater satisfaction. In short, their shopping is greatly simplified and made more delightful in properly arranged and well-managed self-service stores. Food merchants must constantly keep in mind that not only now, but in the period ahead, margins must be kept low and in some cases lowered. Competition is forcing this pressure on margins just as it has over the years. This means that many food merchants must set up their business so that it can operate profitably at a lower expense. Inasmuch as labor expense is such a big factor in total operating expense, food merchants must make every effort to keep the labor costs down, or to put it the other way round, food merchants must strive to realize larger sales per employee, and this can usually be done best through self-service operation. Margins in many of the perishable lines are headed for a sizable shakedown, and unless food merchants employ as many of the features of self-service as can be applied to their business, many of them will find it impossible to lower their margins in line with competition. Most merchants also feel the need for better and more capable help in their stores. To provide better help, they must pay higher wages. Moreover, labor unions are becoming increasingly active in organizing retail food store employees. This all adds up to higher wage rates for store employees, but it does not follow that better help and higher wage rates must result in a high operating expense in terms of percent of sales. Frequently, by taking advantage of all the labor saving that can be effected through the application of self-service, well-managed stores are able to pay higher wages for better help, but at the same time reduce the operating expense percentage by increasing average sales per employee. By eliminating unnecessary work, by saving steps, by eliminating lost motion and confusion through the skillful application of self-service, there is usually no difficulty in keeping wage expense well in line, even though higher wages are paid for better employees. The trend to full-line, one-stop markets is still another factor that must be given consideration. Full-line market stores now do over 60% of the total food store volume as compared with 31% in 1929. The full-line, one-stop market means that the food merchant must carry more lines, that his stock must be more diversified. The proprietor must accordingly spread his activity over more lines and departments. Under those conditions he can do an effective job of management and supervision only by simplifying his operation. Self-service permits that simplification. Releasing the time formerly taken up by drudgery enables the proprietor to do a better job of management, sales promotion, and supervision. Whatever opinion merchants may now hold about the limitations of self-service store operation, they must bear in mind that tremendous technical advancements in packaging are ahead. There will be advancement in technique, materials, and machines available for the packaging of perishable foods in stores themselves. Wholesalers will also do more packaging of foods for self-service retail sales. Producers, particularly those supplying perishable goods, will package more of their products so that they can be sold self-service in food stores. A merchant must not permit present limitations to obscure his view of the future of self-service, but must instead conclude that tremendous advancements are in the making. After these improvements make their appearance, it is likely that the retail margin on some lines will decline. Only by the adoption of self-service principles, insofar as they apply, can many merchants meet the competition that lies ahead. Shorter hours for both store operation and store employees also appear to be ahead. This makes it all the more necessary that each hour that the store is open or an employee is on the job be used effectively. By the simplification of operation, by getting consumers to do some of the work now done by employees, can a merchant make the greatest use of the fewer hours available to the store and employees. On the other hand, there are still a few food merchants who conclude that because their business is partially or largely charge and delivery, self-service has no application. This misconception has been pretty well removed by now. It has been proved beyond a doubt that charge and delivery business can be carried on in a store arranged for self-service as well as in any other store, and usually better. Assembling orders for delivery or handling charge customers can usually be done more efficiently in a store with a self-service arrangement than in the old counter-service store. Moreover, a self-service arrangement in a service store generally attracts more cash carry business, business that now goes elsewhere. Many service food store operators need this additional cash carry volume if they are to prosper in the future. Nor need a store lose character or personality simply because it is self-service. A properly managed self-service store can be just as personal as any other kind of a store. In this respect, medium-sized and small self-service markets have an advantage over the large stores. Throughout this discussion we have placed considerable emphasis on margins, but it must not be concluded that if through self-service operation the margin is reduced, the net profit must decline accordingly. Net profit does not need to come down with the margin if a store is well managed. There are many examples throughout the country of when counter-service stores converted to self-service operation, lower margins and higher net profit resulted. Reducing an overall store margin by 4% or 5% or more need not interfere with profit. In fact, it may help the profit, for higher sales generally follow. Self-service food store operation is no longer on trial. It is rapidly becoming the dominant form of food retailing. Self-service is being extended to all food departments. It has been amply demonstrated that self-service has its application to most any kind of a store, large or small, city or country, service or cash carry. For the present, self-service operation may have some limitations in certain departments or under certain conditions, but these limitations will slowly be alleviated and in many cases completely eliminated. End of Why the Trend to Self-Service from Self-Service Food Stores by Carl Dippmann, Robert Mueller, and Ralph Head.